intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more, feeding from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the fourth departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your ass. The fucking link is in the chat. That's
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter. Try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever. The beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. So, he's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit.
How do I get my hands on your soap? Because I need something to clean these titty flaps. My dove is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B her 550, 600 service. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro. Like,
she's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly. Beefing with the Queen Bee because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen Bee with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would fuck her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks, their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check, my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking old lying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed!
Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit chronicles of the shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Bro, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
I'm fucking killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Good, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you
All
guys.
right.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got triggered today. I trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, your dog is.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. Motherfucker's hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me too.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Give me just 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Teenager called in, so I had to deal with that real fast. Anyhow, I appreciate you, Miss Katie K, coming in with 50 memberships. God dang, girl. You said shit. All of them fell off. We're gonna start renewing them. We got to start getting them back up again, huh? Thank you, Miss Katie K. That was really sweet of you, love. Holy smokes, lighting the chat up. Starting off really good, huh, on this fine Sunday night. Look, we ain't got no school tomorrow. We ain't got nothing going on. We do have something going on in the morning, but other than that, we really ain't got a whole lot going on. So we're probably gonna be down here talking shit for a little while. One of those punks are gonna go harass the wrong family. They're gonna get their drone smashed. Yeah, man, I'm telling you what. Look, you only got one chance to fuck with the wrong person. You know what I'm saying? Or the wrong family. And you don't know. Some of these families, you know, they're not people to be played with. You know what I'm saying? They just don't. They'll handle it their own way, or they'll handle it legally or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But either way, not everybody's gonna deal with this bullshit. Not everybody's gonna be okay with being harassed the way people have been. This little puppy, man, she is constantly trying to mess with my damn shoe, and I'm about tired of it. I've about had it when you got 500 toys. What are you doing? Worse than Duke. Anyhow, what's going on? We got to get a recap in. What's been going on? These streets are on fire. Shit, what the hell's been going on? Let's see here. We still got some bullshit. Let's see here. Oh, I heard Chris McDonaugh was getting involved in this. Let's see the interview room. Hey, what's happening, baby?
Hey, I almost needed to go
join me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for hanging out.
I almost needed a GoFundMe today for bail.
Oh shit! What happened?
People were walking out in the bison pasture and they were petting the goldfish.
They were what?
They were walking out in the bison pasture. We watched them get out of a car and walk across the highway and walk 100 yards out into the bison pasture, which the bison were about 350 yards off the road. And then there were people at the goldfish pond petting the goldfish. I had to go home because it was too fucking people-y outside.
That is about fucking stupid. See, I can't. That's why we can't have nice things. That right there is why the fuck we can't have nice things. Because it takes one idiot to fucking mess it up for us.
Girl, I'm not even kidding me. I am not even kidding you. I had to go. I had to go back home. It was too fucking people-y out there. I knew I was going to get in trouble, and I would end up yelling at somebody else's kid, and then I would be in jail for the rest of the weekend. And it's a holiday weekend.
Well, I mean, what if them bisons attack somebody? Then they got to be shot and put down. And
that's
you know
my point.
It's just not cool, man.
And
it's
they just had 11 babies. So they were
just
cows.
follow the fucking rules so we can have look at nice stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
I have a question.
I am pissed with CM blaming Katie and Chris going to get all the tragedy. Pimps riled up again. Oh yeah, I heard Chris McDonough was on some bullshit tonight. Here, let's go to his fucking live stream.
By the way, did you hear, Queen, that T-Rev basically said that Tony Mathis was part of an armed robbery? That's his criminal record.
He's got armed what?
Yeah, no,
I didn't watch that.
Okay, well, it's not.
I did get an email saying that T-Rev is no longer associated with Seth. Now I don't know how true that is, but I did get an interview saying Seth was done with T-Rev, that he was tired of his shit.
Yeah, like here's the live, and I'll just play what he says. So this is not confirmed, but this.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, put it because I mean T-Rev is supposed to be friends with Seth. Now we figured out why he's not friends with Seth. So
not
that's why
Seth, Tony Mathis.
Right, but I'm saying T-Rev was friends with Seth.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got an email saying that they're no longer friends. T-Rev and Seth are no longer friends.
Yeah, it seemed like that from the live that I watched last night. Go ahead.
Let me play it then.
Well, hold on. Before you play this, we're trying to get it out real quick. That's what we're trying to get out.
Okay.
That there's issues. The T-Rev is saying this stuff because he's no longer friends with Seth anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People about yes, Tony showed me the record. He showed me the stuff that people were talking about and were saying that he was part of an armed robbery, and I didn't see that on there. He did show me that. He did, push those things forward that night at dinner.
Okay, wait. He said he didn't see it on there.
Let me see.
So
saying Tony showed me the record. Air. I still want to just keep pushing this to find Sebastian. I don't, it's not my place to correct people about. Yes, Tony showed me the record. He did. He showed me the stuff that people were talking about and were saying that he was part of an armed robbery, and I didn't see that on there. He did show me that. He did.
Tony showed him or said that he was part of an armed robbery, but he didn't see that on there.
Yes, that's what he says. But
Tony's claiming he was part of an armed robbery, but T-Rev is saying he didn't see that on his record.
Yeah.
Well, remember when the PIs, Chloe or Heather or whomever it was, Tony was like, "Oh, I don't need to have a background check. You're going to find somebody that has the same middle initial and the same name, but it's okay. I don't need it. I don't care what people say."
But isn't that like contradictory? Like you're saying he's like saying this, and then
he showed me. I don't, it's not. I still want to just keep pushing this to find Sebastian. I don't, it's not my place to correct people about. Yes, Tony showed me the record. He did. He showed me the stuff that people were talking about and were saying that he was part of an armed robbery, and I didn't see that on there.
So I mean, like, it's kind of like he's saying, like, now that I'm listening to it, it sounds like he's saying that he showed him the record, that he was part of an armed robbery.
Right. Tony's trying to get street creds. He's trying to say he was part of an armed robbery, but T-Rev's saying I didn't see that on there. I didn't see that on there.
Yeah.
Well, I thought maybe he was trying to show him a record that other people found and that he didn't actually do it, and T-Rev never saw it on his record. I don't know.
Then why bring it up?
Well, that's right. I don't know.
Because, like, everyone, like, for me, it confused me because for a moment there I was like, what? Part of an armed robbery? And I'm like sitting here and I'm like, the way he phrased it was very weird. I'm just wondering, like, what the hell's going on here? Like,
more games, Tim. More games.
Unless he was saying he was part of an armed robbery and he never got convicted of it, never got caught.
Or he's saying that people looked him up and they found, like, they thought his name matched an armed robbery. And he's like, here's the paperwork of what people are saying is me that did the armed robbery. And then he says, like, maybe he's trying to say he did a background check and didn't see it, the guy. I mean, maybe that's what he's trying to say. Just very weird.
Oh, I didn't think about it being about a background check, Tim. That's a great thought.
Maybe he's like, I didn't, maybe he did a been verified on Tony Mathis and didn't find it. Maybe that's what he's talking about. I mean, I wish he went into a little more detail about that little part.
Could you please elaborate on why you know this information?
Maybe Tony was telling him that the records that you find on the internet aren't always right because he was part of an armed robbery and you didn't see it, so you don't really know what I did.
Well, Cheesy, that would match up with what the PI said that night on Web Sleuths.
Yeah, it says, Death Grip says, if you Google his name, armed robbery, an article of a different guy with the same name comes up who was shot and killed by police in Oklahoma. Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, that again supports
Let me see. I'm going to type that up now. Let me see. Tony Mathis, armed robbery. There's a few. There's a few armed robberies.
I don't look up people's backgrounds.
He showed it to him and it was not on there. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's what I heard. That's exactly
that's what I heard. Unless, I mean, there is one there for Oklahoma, just like Death Grip says. But that's definitely not Tony Mathis. It says Tony Lamont Mathis, and that's definitely not him. Okay.
Well, I've heard Tony say that they mix him up with a black guy.
Yes, that's the one from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, quit that.
That's not chicken nugget this time.
Not chicken nugget. People were spreading rumors saying it was armed robbery, so Tony showed the record and it's not there. That's it. All right, cool. That's so weird, man. I heard that. I was like, is he like, what is he talking about? I guess I got it wrong. I misheard it. Jeez Louise. Let me see. The article I found with Tony in Joplin Globe. Joplin Globe. Let me see.
Well, it's really odd. Everybody's jumping shit. But let me turn this fucking Chris McDonaugh interview on.
Chris McDonaugh.
This is where I miss Heels because she used to call his ass out on all his bullshit. And she'd have a sweet little short video right in there.
Sorry, that was my squeaky door.
That's okay.
Oh, and in my opinion, what he did to Candace and Dawn is unforgivable.
Oh, fuck that guy.
Well, it's kind of almost sounding like he's going to do it again to another family.
Yeah, he's trying to blame Chris and Katie. I heard that, and we're gonna listen to a little bit of his garbage. Give me a minute. Got to start that fair use music there.
Well, the squeaky toy actually adds fair use too to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay muted.
Don't worry, that's the effect of fair use. They can't.
I think it's a great sound, Queen, because all the dogs in the room are now going, "What?"
Chris McDonaugh is a fucking idiot. See, look up Michael Crow, like the Michael Crow case, and you'll see how big of a fucking idiot he is. Just saying, he really fucked that up and tried to get like an underage kid and his friend in jail by doing an interrogation that most people say were fucking a false confession. And the real guy who literally was walking around the block with blood was, it took them a while to actually find that guy and arrest him for the crime. And he had literally the blood of the victim on him walking around the neighborhood. Look up 60 Minutes, Michael Crow, Chris McDonaugh. You'll see what I'm talking about. You can see it on YouTube. In fact, let me find it. I can let people see it one day. But anyway, you can play. I'll keep quiet.
Cheesy, you falling off? You up here, girl?
I'm here. I got a phone call. Sorry.
It's okay, baby. I just didn't know if it was StreamYard acting up on us again or what.
I come up here with my phone, so sometimes I get knocked off by that. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Chris is very judgmental, and he acts like he has done no fucking wrong. So get ready for the bullshit. The bullshit meter has started.
Oh, my God. This is horrible.
Child is going to process to first thing is that stepdad, his name is Chris as well. So stepdad Chris, he says, well, first of all, I got to note that mom did not answer, and I'm wanting to hear certain things from mom as a biological mother. I want to hear right away her expression of concern about her son and what he is experiencing at this time. He's been missing.
Now, who's this fucker joining him?
I don't know who it is. It is his newest partner who apparently does like body language and verbal
Steven Johnson. I see it. I just had to see.
Yeah, he's had him up for the Wells too.
Damn, Easy coming in with 50 memberships. Holy shit, baby. Holy shit.
Nice.
Shake.
That
shake,
fucking
shake.
Chris McDonaugh.
Shake those bushes.
Shaking the shit out of them bad boys tonight.
Well, it's a good thing I already have a membership, so nobody sees me in your chat. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I know about that. The Crows won a bunch
Back
of
to
money.
1,200 we go.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bubba.
No problem. I know Michael Crow and his friend won a lawsuit, but Chris McDonaugh denies that. Like, if you ask him, he's like, "No, I didn't lose." No, you settled. They settled that case. I think it was a few $1 million. He completely fucked over. And actually, the judge kind of yelled at him. So like it was not good for Mr. Chris McDonaugh, the county that he was in.
No, I never heard about that.
You never heard about the Michael Crow? Basically, the sum and substance of the story is basically I think the kid was like a teenager, like a very young, maybe like I forgot the age, but like low teens. His sister gets murdered. He uses his BS technology where it's like a lie detector test, but it doesn't attach to you. It just measures the stress in your voice. Turns out the guy that made it was like a psychologist that got his degree from a mall, basically, like a walk-in mall. And it was a technology that like was 50% accurate. That's how bad it was. So anyway,
nice.
he basically.
Holy shit! Hold on one sec. Easy just gifted another 50 memberships. That's 100 memberships, and
Nice.
KDK gifted 50. Holy shit! Thank you so much, Easy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Shake,
I want to make sure no, thank you.
No problem. So basically, he basically forced the interrogation was brutal. Even like the judges reviewing it, he lied to the parents about like what he was doing. You know, the interrogation, what he was doing. He says that his parents would know what he did. He did the same thing with his friend, and they made him do a false confession. Turns out it was a false confession, and eventually, the real guy was arrested. He had blood of the victim on his clothes, but because it was so fucked. It was like, I think it was about, what was it, like 18 months they had to deal with that BS. I remember when he said he knew who the nomadic Trek was. Yeah, that was another one he fucked up in. But if you look at 60 Minutes while he was a cop, it was a big fuck up. Like, he really fucked up, and he got sued. And because that guy that guy eventually got out, like later on, the guy with the blood who murdered murdered the little girl. I suspect because of how much Chris fucked up. But he really fucked up on that one. He's used to just blaming someone. So just look up Michael Crow 60 Minutes episode, and it's actually an old episode you can watch online. It's called Miscarriage of Travesty of Justice and Coerced Confession. So he basically coerced a confession. I think, how old was Michael Crow?
I want to say it was 13 or 14, if I remember.
Michael Crow.
Wow.
Yeah. He was 12 years. The murder of Stephanie. Yeah, okay. So it says here the murder of a 12-year-old Stephanie Crow took place in the bedroom inside her home, California, sometime between like 10 to the early morning. I'm trying to see how old. He was 14. He was 14 at the time, and he did. Michael Crow was interrogated for hours by police using the Reed method without his parents' knowledge and without legal representation. Yeah, so it was really a fuck up by him.
Oh, I think I've heard about that. Was he?
Yeah, yes, he was
on the.
Yeah, and he's on 60 Minutes.
I think I heard about that, but I didn't hear about McDonaugh being there.
He was the main detective on that case, and he was in the 60 Minute. He was the one doing the interrogation, and he was the one in the 60 Minute episode being interviewed as well.
Oh, maybe I didn't put two and two together.
Yes, so he's fucked up even as a police officer. Like,
wow.
And Heels has a bunch of fucking videos on him, man, about that guy. He's a real creep. He's a real creep.
I heard he's messed up before, but I never delved into it. So
yeah,
I'll look that up again.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage. Easy, thank you so much, and actually, happy birthday. I was gonna say I just heard that I missed it, so I'm sorry I missed it. Happy birthday, man.
Oh, happy birthday.
I was gonna say I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you had a good birthday.
Oh wow, happy birthday, Easy E.
Well then, we got somebody else joining. Hold on one sec.
So the pup doesn't like
kids
either.
Golf inspector, you're up here.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here and new to your channel, and I'm pretty well versed in the Sebastian Rogers case and very interested. So thank you for letting me partake.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. I don't know where you're at. I heard about what you guys were talking about, and I totally agree about this man here. Don't even want to say his name.
Yeah.
We just started, so you're right on time.
Thank you.
Make sure you get the lisp in there, the krish. You got to have them ill-fitting dentures.
Well, he was called skeptic, scientific skeptic would talk about it. He would call him Fish McDonaugh. Fish McDonaugh. Guys, we have to really think about this case very methodically. Guys, we have to think.
B. Tim, you do a really good McDonough.
Yes, thank you for your voices. Thank you very
All I
much.
know is when he tried to say that Don was hiding Summer Wells in the shed, so she wouldn't let him in. Oh my God, Lord.
Oh my God, stupid.
Yes, that was, I mean, and then he, of course, made Candace feel like she was, like he was her best friend and he was going to help her with, you know what I mean? And all he did was exploit the hell out of her.
Queen, stop spreading misinformation. Stop spreading misinformation about me. I'm the greatest detective in the world.
Yeah.
That's a great impression.
Wait a minute. Hold up there, Mr. All Caps in the chat. There, Carmen Colwyn.
Oh, this is the same one. This is the same
Collins? Okay.
We are not law enforcement. Chris,
and neither are you.
No longer law enforcement. None of us have the right to interrogate these people. What we do have the right to do is to hold a conversation just like we did the other night and learn things about Sebastian.
I don't know why people keep thinking that there was some fucking interview. We did not do an interview. We had a conversation.
And it was a very good one too, by the way.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, she didn't bring up Sebastian. That's all she fucking talked about the entire time she was up here.
Did you guys not realize who Bubba is? Katie kept calling Sebastian Bubba, his nickname, another form of showing love towards your child.
And she's the only one that called him Bubba. So if he was listening, it probably gave him some comfort to hear her call him Bubba.
Listen here, all cops. Make sure you hit the StreamYard jump up if you have some problems, sir. Mr. Collins. I don't take these people seriously. I honestly fucking these people have no intellect. They don't understand jack shit. It's like YouTubers are not detectives. This is the main fucking problem with this community. Everyone thinks they are fucking Sherlock Holmes. You're not. Okay.
And today on the main stage,
I have lost my mind. These people are driving me crazy because they're so fucking stupid. I swear. It's like, guys.
And he does have a huge following. That's the saddest part about this is he's got a huge fucking following and there's a lot of people that fucking listen to him.
Well, look up Michael Crow.
And it sounds to me like Katie was a very good fucking mother. Absolutely. I think she was a great mother. In my opinion, from what I've heard and what I've listened to and what I've talked about, I think she's a great mother.
Well, the sad thing is that we take it as, oh, he's retired law enforcement. He must know what he's talking about, right? I hold I don't always agree with him, but I hold Duty Ron with high regard because he's a retired detective, but he doesn't come up with the stupid crap that Chris McDonaugh does.
Yeah, well, Chris McDonaugh or McDumbass always comes up with the dumbest takes you can think of if you ever watch him. It's like you think a detective would do well, but he wasn't a great detective in my opinion, especially during the Michael Crow situation. That seemed and then just ridiculous how he acted. That should be like a stain on your career.
And we have to remember these guys are law enforcement, so they might be jaded too,
Well, let's not forget McDumbass is out here doing it for money because he got 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 memberships given. So he's out here doing it. But I feel in my opinion, from my perspective, I feel that this is more dangerous given what his background is.
Yeah. But Voices, the athletic track situation where he didn't understand a fucking search term and thought some random guy, nomadic track. He thought
track.
Yeah, some guy who was nomadic track was the, oh my God, I remember that. Who do you think nomadic, I'm trying to remember the key, what was the case where he thought nomadic track was? Let me see, give me a second. Oh my God.
Was that in Idaho 4?
No, this was I think.
No, this was even before Summer Wells.
Yeah, this was. I think it was. Was it the? Let me see. Someone remind me. Nomadic track. Come on.
Gabby Petito.
Thank you, Gabby Petito. He thought that a random search
Yeah.
that nomadic track would bring him to that, and he doxed out the wrong guy. Everyone was harassing the wrong man. Even like Laura was calling him out. It's like, are you out of your fucking mind? She was even calling him out as a dumbass. She was smarter than
Was
him.
it Benny that took down his channel? They're saying Benny in the chat. Benny didn't take him down. Ain't no way.
I think he was taken down, and then he had to fight
Not
to
unless
come
he used
back.
Benny's live streams. That's the only way Benny could have took him down.
No, what happened was, I think I know this. Basically, McDonaugh, his channel went down for a little bit, and it came back. He had to like really fight.
Yeah, he got it back.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying it wasn't because of Benny Keys.
No, it was not because of Benny.
Right. That's what they were saying in the chat, that Benny Keys took him down. There's no way unless he shared Benny Keys' live streams.
Yes, Laura Lee, the rare times I'm going to agree with Laura. She was absolutely 100% right about Chris McDonaugh.
Oh, I didn't even know she did a fucking
Yeah,
thing.
she called him out for the nomadic trek thing. She literally called him out.
Had no idea.
I just recorded that BTM. I'm going to send it to Laura.
Well, you know what? That shows how unbiased I am. I actually tell the truth, even if it like
you're gonna have Stitching saying, and stop saying Laura's name.
Yeah.
Laura's gonna be thrilled.
She's gonna be thrilled. She's gonna be like, absolutely, he's right. Yeah, I remember. I seen the clip. She was calling him out. I know. That's. I've seen it. It's the truth. Even Laura's smarter than Chris McDonaugh. You'd probably.
All right, ready to go?
Yes.
Hold it right there, Chris. Okay, so a couple things. First thing is that stepdad, his name is Chris as well. So stepdad Chris, he says, well, first of all, I got to know that mom did not answer, and I'm wanting to hear certain things from mom as a biological mother. I want to hear right away her expression of concern about her son and what he is experiencing at this time. He's been missing for 8 days, and I know that the reporter, she targeted, that question to what they have been feeling, but the feeling of any parent, the grief over their missing child is going to override anything that they may be experiencing themselves. That feeling of what is Sebastian going through? What is he experiencing? Did he find some shoes? Is he getting fed? Is he staying warm at night? Is he a myriad of things? Did he find someone to take care of him? Is he scared? Is he okay? And just a myriad of things. And that would override everything else. And so I'm wanting to hear that from mom right away, but she couldn't come up with anything. And I've seen that in other cases where and I should say.
And who is this guy again? What the fuck is his credentials? Why do we give a fuck what he thinks? I'm just curious.
Stephen Johnson is his name, and I think he is a linguistics, like a word analysis guy, and reading body language and stuff.
Man,
so
they do such a great job in the field. They're fantastic. They're never
And he
wrong.
has a YouTube channel.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Thank you, Cheesy. Thank you.
And which online university did he graduate from?
I'm wondering.
Right.
Strip mall. I gotta wonder if it's not a strip mall.
The University of Hard Knocks.
Well, what's so scary in this is like these are opinion based, right? It sounds like an opinion more than a professional saying something out of knowledge, because you don't know. These people never been in front of a camera before. They're nervous. You don't know how you would react. So how can you say all those things?
Yeah, you don't have a
My
baseline.
opinion.
You don't have a baseline for when they were relaxed.
Right.
Because that's what you usually want to do as an I read an interrogation book a while back and basically you want to get like a baseline of when they're relaxed and then see what they're doing stressing. That's why you usually ask baseline questions like name, address, stuff like that, and try to do it in a relaxed environment. And then you try to up the stress level to see what what their stressors are and stuff like that. And the problem is these people are already stressed, so you don't know what their baseline is. You don't know what their relaxed state is, and you don't know.
This is a news interview, so they could be cutting it and splicing it and moving it around. Who knows?
Yeah, so basically, like, they're already stressed out, they're already sad, so you're obviously going to see you don't have a baseline to judge it from. If this guy was an actual, like, you wanted to get an idea of what they're real, he would have to watch videos of them, like, relaxed, sitting at home, and plus it would probably be better if it was, like, in person, probably, over the fucking TV or whatnot, or computer. Yeah. I mean, am I wrong or like that's my understanding of it.
No, B Tim, you're hitting all the things. Like I can't even argue with you. You're
Yeah.
hitting all the points. I don't like this. I absolutely do not like this. It would be different if they even did their own interview with Chris and Katie. And this is so far back. You can't. I don't know. I don't think it's the right thing to use.
And also, it depends on the bias of the person. Like, just like someone said, like, it says the behavior panel reviewed this not long after it aired, and they didn't see any signs of deception. I trust those four more than this two. Yeah, and also the fact is like you have to realize that it's also based on personal opinion. Like, if you're already in the mindset of them being guilty, of course you're going to look for signs of deception because you're going to be more keen to that. So, like, this group is already kind of biased in what they're looking for.
Correct.
And
that's why they're selling it as not an opinion piece. They're actually selling it as an more of a professional hit, right?
Yeah.
And that's what the issue is. Bottom line for me, at least, when I watch something like this.
Yeah, and he could be. It's just ridiculous.
There ain't no way I'm going to be able to get through this without trying to fall asleep with this boring bullshit. Do we have timestamps or something that? There ain't no fucking way. I'm not gonna be able to do it.
You need to get like the transcript. We need to rehearse it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying we need like the transcript, and we can do like a rehearsal where I pretend to be Chris McDonaugh, and this other, I don't know, maybe Cheesy can be the other guy, and we just like
you can speed them up.
What's your thoughts on what's the thoughts of his hands? Is his hands crossed? What's the stressors?
I can't listen to a whole live of original Chris, let alone.
Fuck! Can you speed this motherfucker up like a chipmunk? Maybe we'll have.
Like, yeah, I got it. Like
you got it speed up. Maybe
2.75.
Cases where the parents actually had some guilty knowledge of the disappearance
of
their child, and when they don't come up with it right away, it's almost as if they were asked something that they weren't expected to be asked, and then they.
Well, yeah,
lots of times parents will go into.
Who expects their kids to come up missing? The fuck? Come on now. Yeah, they're fucking nervous. They're fucking getting questions that they don't know. Are you?
Once they're asked questions, they have a narrative, and that's what they think is just enough. Whatever's in their head, they think it's enough to suffice the questions that they will be asked. And if they're asked a question that doesn't quite fall in line, they're kind of at a loss of what to say. And so I'm wanting to hear Mom express things about Sebastian, and she couldn't do it.
Oh, you must not have listened to our live stream. Okay, that explains a little bit. She talked more over here than she has in a long time, so I'm guessing you must have missed that.
Well, you gotta look.
What she did say is, I wouldn't.
Going off her interview from 3 fucking months ago when this happened is what they're doing.
Yeah, brilliant.
Analyze behavior that's happening today. Like,
wish this on anyone. Chris, that refers to what she's going through, not what Sebastian is going through. And that's the thing that really caught my attention, is that she has put the focus on herself rather than her 15-year-old son. And he's autistic and he has special needs. And I just don't, that just was abrasive to me. It struck me as not what I expected to hear.
Right.
Also, keep in mind, we just looked up Alicia Navarro's case. She was actually 14 years old, and she was highly functioning autistic as well. High functioning autism. She had what?
And medication she was on.
Yes, absolutely, she was, and she was with someone that she had met online. So he lured her out of her house, took her in the middle of the night, and she was gone for 4 years.
She was found up off of Chinook, Montana. She went from Arizona all the way up to by the Canadian High Line. She walked into a police department in Havre, Montana.
Mm-hmm. They were staying on a Indian reservation with one of his family members. Yep,
it's I think it's the Blackfoot reservation up there.
Marie, I'm kind of wondering the same. Where's their analysis of Seth?
Yeah, we're very good, very good voices. You're good at your analysis.
That just says, but Steve is saying he is evaluating their first interview. This was not their first interview. Dang, Steve and Chris, do your research. They had already been interviewed before this. Absolutely. This is ridiculous. And
can we just call it as it is?
Here.
This is a cash grab, bro.
Well, I mean, wait, if he needs to do that, he'll play Summer Wells stream again for the 100.
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
No, they referenced that actually in the beginning. There was a whole big long talk, and that's about the time that I turned it off. I haven't even actually seen this far of it. But they completely were comparing this case to Summer Wells and all the deception and all of that.
Yes.
And saying that they're watching the Wells parents and learning from them. And they also this Steve Johnson, when they were doing Summer Wells, I remember this. They were talking about, look at how they're talking about Summer in past tense. They must be guilty. Those weren't the exact words, but that's what they were alluding to. In this interview, they're like, they're talking about him like present tense. Oh, they must be guilty because, and then they talk about this person who was guilty, and they couldn't associate with him being dead until like 20 years later, and they still thought he was alive, even though they were told he was dead. And it was like, really? Which you can spin it any way you want. These guys can spin it any way they want, obviously, because I mean, them talking about him in past tense, they would have a problem with. Them talking to him in present tense, they'd have a problem with.
Well,
what is it?
Well, Chishi, you're not a great detective like me.
Right. I know, I'm not.
You need to learn the proper way of investigation. Let me play my ukulele.
Why do you sound like a dumbass met a leprechaun and had a baby?
Let me play my ukulele.
I have a question about this man too. Is this his first show on Sebastian?
No.
No? Okay. Because I can't watch him. I just cringe.
I think it is, isn't it?
I think it is his first show.
He was on the lab. Oh, wait. You're right. He was on the lab when he talked about this case.
Yes.
He's been talking to Josh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's his crony, basically? Him?
Right. That's just the detective can't even detect the first fucking interview.
I know. Yeah, I mean, the lab is his crony.
Ashton could have done. So,
sorry, let me just mute that fucker since it keeps turning on. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the lab is his crony that that kisses Chris McDonough's ass, because that's how the lab started out. And the other one was Doug from No Things, used to kiss his ass as well until he got kicked from YouTube, and now he runs around with Scientology with films and everything. So
yes, Silver Turtle Lady, yes. Duchess says you're fired, Chris. You're fired.
I'm fired. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue this.
Well, I just skipped forward through it because there ain't no way we're ever gonna get through this with everybody up here. You know what I mean?
You can just pick anything. They're wrong all 2 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what the timestamps really are, but we'll listen to a little bit more and then we'll just shut the shit off because it really don't matter. I mean,
I'm now on alert, and what she says next kind of seals the deal for me. And I don't like what I'm hearing here because she says he said, "I love you, Mom," and he went to bed. Now, saying "I love you."
Like a normal fucking child does. My kids say I love you and go to bed. Are you kidding me?
What is so wonderful on this? Oh my God, that's
like Tim's got your giggles.
Wait, what?
It's a damn good thing my kids never went missing.
What? Saying I love you, Mom, and going to bed makes you guilty? What?
A damn good thing my kids never went missing because they told me I love you. They still tell me I love you every night, and I don't even live with them.
Oh my God. Oh my
Look the fuck out.
Better be careful.
Red flag, guys. Red flag.
Saying "I love you" is something that we all do. I'll call my wife. I'll talk to her on the phone. I'll say "I love you, babe." When I'm leaving, I'll say, "Hey, I'm running out. I'll be back soon. Love you." My daughters are here. When they leave, we're going somewhere. All right, love you. We say "I love you" a lot. But we don't have the need to tell other people that, hey, by the way, I told my wife I loved her. You know, if we're asked about our day, we just say, oh, I had dinner with the family, and oh, my wife and I went here, there.
Your son's missing. Of course she's going to have to tell you that. The question was just fucking asked. Are you fucking stupid?
Don't tell us the timeline of events and what happened exactly, guys. It's not like the kid's missing. Like, okay, bro, what the fuck? Like, of course she's going to tell you that that's what he said. Like, what are you talking about? Oh my god. Let's continue.
But if she wouldn't have said every little thing, every little detail, she'd have been guilty too. So
can we burn one if we got one? Can we have a fire in the hole?
Yes,
please?
smoke them if you got them. I already lit mine because holy fuck, I can't do this.
My wife
Girl,
at the
I'm over here
airport,
struggling,
whatever it
and
is.
I realize
and
who's
in
gonna
like these
help.
situations,
Who is this doofus? Oz.
Oz for the
Man, I don't know. This guy.
Don't say love you
where
to
we
your
say I love
children.
you, but it's the need here that she has to tell the world that, hey, my son told me he loved me. So that on top of it's a normal day and this little hint at a negative reference that sometimes Sebastian doesn't cooperate with me, doesn't do what I tell him to do, a little laugh about it. I'm now alarmed because more times than not, when I hear this, I love you come out of their mouth, I know that it is often a time when, if a crime has been committed, that is typically the time that the crime was committed. This is particularly true in domestic situations such as this, domestic homicides, other situations similar to this. So I'm always on alert when I hear that the portrayal
Dude,
of
you're like
I love you.
one of those
And the other thing is that what
tarot
that does
card
is what she's saying is I'm such a good mother that my son told me that he loves me, and that even elevates this even more. That why the need to portray yourself as a good mom. That is something in the analysis field.
What?
Dude, this guy's like a tarot card reader. That's it. He's a tarot card reader.
Honestly, I would trust the tarot card person more than him.
Do we know how many crimes this fool has?
I don't know.
Do you know how many Steven Johnsons there are out there? I can't figure out. I can't see what it says behind his head. Because trust me, I went to
truth to lies. It says truth. Number 2, lies.
That's his YouTube.
That's his YouTube
I think.
handle.
Yeah.
I love you means that you're guilty.
Yeah, I love you means you're guilty. By the way, we need.
Sorry. No. Go ahead. I'll do it.
No, I was about to say, to solve this, I think a better person than this guy, we need to get Zen 11. She does a tarot card sometimes. She could probably do a better analysis with her tarot cards than this guy.
Well, where's Little Food Stamp? Why can't Little Food Stamp and Zen 1111 and this one all like collectively, that 1111 true crime lady that is absolutely ridiculous.
Not our Zen.
You just got to butt in, Golf Inspector, because we're all talkers.
That's okay. No, what I wanted to say is, not to mention, they're coming at it like he's not alive anymore, almost, is what I get the feeling of. Because, if you face the facts, we don't know. If he was about to leave, he would say, I love you. That's something you say, like, I love you, don't remember. He's not going to say, I'm about to leave, Mom. I'm heading out. You know what I mean? It could be that, too.
Well,
and it could be important to the point, right?
Right.
Let's listen to something PKN bit. Yeah, he is right. Would be looking in that camera and address my son, who she says is missing, not telling the world what he said to me when she told him to go to bed. Sir, the camera, they're pointed at the person they're doing the interview with, and the camera's to the side. Now, the problem is that the people didn't put the camera behind that. So, I mean, how are they going to do an interview looking at the camera and not looking at the person they're doing the interview with? Just thought process. Okay.
What happened to innocent until proven guilty? And law enforcement has said that there is no sign of foul play. Although the parents are not cleared, they're also not looking like they were doing foul play.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's continue this great analysis. We're really learning a lot from this guy. Okay, make sure if anyone tells you that they the last thing they heard from their significant, like their loved ones, that they love them, they're clearly trying to tell the whole world that they were such a great parent or a great person. Make sure to keep an eye on that. I mean, that's really important, guys. Very
So
important.
everybody that you just have told that you love in the last 24 hours, God forbid they go missing because you're going to be the reason that they went missing.
Yeah, that's according to this guy. If you actually tell people the last thing you said to someone that went missing, you are trying to get sympathy from the audience and tell them how much
What
you
he
love
says is that's indicative of, by her telling the world that, it's indicative of that's at the time when something happened was because she has to justify being a good mother. Do you see how ridiculous that argument is? You
That's
could,
amazing.
like, this is all word salad and word semantics. This is this is dangerous because of what the person that he's paneling with, he has a background and he tries to come out and play credible.
Yeah, let me see. It is no coincidence that Chris McDonaugh, dumbass, comes out with this 3 months after the fact and right before summer's anniversary, 6/15. Yeah, could be. I mean, that's just one of those coincidences. It's not like he completely fucked up that case completely and led the charge against two parents that were not, arrested or charged or anything. It's not like he did that. Fucking swear it, man.
I think we need to at least once a week replay the conversation with Seth and Katie, or with Chris and Katie, about Sebastian, because it had so much information in it. I think that that's what we're going to have to do to combat this bullshit.
Yeah.
That we really take note of, that when there's a betrayal of being a good mom, there are many cases. It's in the Summer Wells cases, numerous missing person and domestic homicide type cases. We see this where there's a betrayal of being a good dad, a good mom, a good guy, and it's typically that betrayal comes around the time that if a crime was committed, the crime occurred, or right after, because they're rehabbing themselves now, linguistically, psychologically. They feel the need to rehab themselves, to make themselves look better, to feel better about the situation. And so for me, it's a pretty good indication that something nefarious, something didn't go quite right that night. And so for me, it's if something occurred, it was that night, not the next morning. So yeah, I'm concerned now at this point already.
So and everybody understands what Steve's doing here is he's kind of, this is, he's not dove into this case until tonight. I mean, this is literally the first time. So it's almost as if I wanted to present it to him in this video, just fresh off the boat, for lack of a better term. And that is such a solid point about a domestic situation for our viewers to understand. When you have the victim looking at the person potentially doing something to them, they go, but I love you. And yet they're being abused or whatever the situation is. And that's the point that Steve's making here when he heard that. And I missed it. And you just pointed it out. That is such a powerful statement in context to the experience level potentially of a domestic situation going sideways. So I'm going to keep moving.
That's a big reach.
That is a reach, man. He needs some Ben Gay for that reach.
That's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up around 6 o'clock? So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just...
Oh, one other thing I have to say about that last segment, and Mally picked it up as well, and I had her statement up there, but when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. That statement, when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. Well, what do you mean? Was he
went in his room to wake him up and he was gone?
What's your thoughts on that, Steve?
Yeah, that's definitely something that it's incongruent, those two things. When I woke him up and he wasn't there, well, you can't wake him up if he's not there. So for me, that is something that's not experiential. It's something that what happens in the brain when there's any type of deception, which if it's not experiential, then you have a form of deception because she's portraying it as experiential, as something that actually happened. But what will occur in the brain is that there's so much stress there in the brain from the deception. The brain knows what actually occurred and didn't occur. And if she's now going to try to force the opposite out of her mouth, the brain is like, hey, we know this didn't happen. And it creates the stress in the brain. It transcends the body physiologically. And what happens is linguistically, we will often hear things like this. It will sound confusing. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't flow right. It will be incongruent like her words are. And when I hear things like that, I'm thinking, wow, this is what's going on the heels of what we just talked about. And now I'm seeing this is called carryover stress. And in voice stress analysis, we would have carryover stress. She's still stressed about.
Could she be stressed that
Are
her
you
son
fucking
is
kidding
missing?
me? Yes, she's still fucking stressed. Good God.
It was 8 days after he went missing. She's going to be just as stressed that day as she is today. Because if you think about it, Katie told us that Sebastian was very routine driven. So guess who else had to be routine driven? His mama. So now guess what? Her whole routine is out of whack. And it was an experience. When she walked walked over there, walked to the door, opened it up, and realized her son wasn't in the bedroom, I would imagine that would be speaking from experiential trauma, you asshole.
But they're coming at it as a homicide. You hear that? He talks about that. This is a homicide in his mind already.
It's not even a crime. The
Exactly.
kid is missing.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. This is wrong. Like, you can't come at it when you have law enforcement telling you that there is no crime committed that they can find, right? And they're coming at it from a homicide perspective. Then this is not genuine. This is misinformation. Complete misinformation. At least in my book. I don't know. I mean, what are you doing here? What's the purpose of how you clarify this as a, or how do you classify this as a homicide? That's just, I mean, it baffles me. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say.
I mean, like, isn't that rule number one of being a cop? You follow the evidence. And if the cops don't find that there's evidence, then why is another cop saying that it's a homicide?
Well, but, and also, yeah, you do that, but you don't listen to, like, they don't take anything into consideration other than how the mother and the stepfather reacts and classify that as a homicide. See what I mean?
On a news interview that is
clipped. Yeah, exactly. And edited and all that. So I just don't see the point or how you can do that as a professional. Or is it just me? Am I dumb here? Am I missing something? But it seems ridiculous.
I suddenly feel too smart for YouTube some days.
No, it's just that they're just dumber and dumber. Don't worry, you're not getting smarter. It's just that the crowd is getting dumber and dumber. Chris has basically got a fucking guy who's can't understand the term of art, understand that people are stressed out during an interview, stressed out that they're on camera for the first time, stressed out the fact that their kid's missing, and also, so maybe that would affect a lot of things. I don't know.
So it must be homicide.
Well,
must be
people were
more.
celebrities before this. They probably had never even done a news interview before. Do you not think that the news interview in and of itself isn't going to be stressful?
Exactly. These people have never been in front of cameras before. Can you imagine and going through that process? And like, obviously you're going to have that thought in your head, like, oh, I don't want to look like I'm guilty. Like that, even if you're innocent, you're going to have that thought in your head. Obviously, it's just something that you can't control, right? Because people look at them sideways already. So they just never got a fair chance. Never got a fair chance.
By the way, Pecan Sebastian's with an E, not an A, but whatever. Okay. Just thought. Let me see. She also said on a recent interview that Sebastian is allergic to grass. He would not be barefoot. She should have been out. She should have been out front center on the get-go. How do you know she wasn't out front center to the get-go? Like, I don't know. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean that didn't tell the cops. Well, if Chris had his way at time, he would have helped put a 14-year-old in prison and his friends. Don't forget that. For the rest of his life, you would think he would have learned. Yeah, and also caused the harassment of a random person, had the name of Nomadic Trek, and also harass some of the Wells, help harass those people, and a few other
According to him, Don Wells should have been arrested a year and a half ago.
Let me see. Chaos B says, read my comment. I'm allergic to grass and trees. I walk barefoot on my lawn. It's a seasonal allergy, meaning running nose and sneezing, etc. Yeah, I think that's probably what she meant by allergic, but
And she said that he has problems when the grass is pollinating. So like if you let the grass
wait. Clue said, did you see the FBI take my fucking live down? What? Hold on.
Are you
get up here?
Tell us what's up, B. Come on now.
Wait a minute.
What happened?
The FBI? Were you talking about Karen Reed? No, I'm joking. That was a joke.
I'm more worried. Why?
I'm kidding, y'all. The MF power went out. The motherfucking power went out. Okay, you were joking. Okay, good. I was about to say, like, wait, what? Sidebar.
Relax, clip channels. It was the power went out. It wasn't. It was a joke that was said
That
with
was-
humor.
I could just like
Sarcasm.
imagine like people being like, "This verifies it. The indictments are coming in. Queen's being arrested."
Sidebar. That's it.
It's
Illuminati and Queen are getting there. That's it. FBI, the feds are coming. Shit.
What she experienced that night, she's still having to answer questions about that. So she's still feeling that. And so it's coming out now, incongruent, confusion in the language, incongruency is classic.
Must be, are you in the shower? I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone.
Let's stop there, Chris. Before CP starts talking, there's some things going on there. Mom she's indicating that she's certain that he walked out of the house, and I want to go back to something that's key there in the context of Sebastian missing. She said within 3 minutes, I was on the phone with my husband. So she brings that up immediately within 3. Now, here's the thing. He's out of town, so he can't help. But she says within 3 minutes, I'm on the phone with him. She has just brought him into this via a phone call. It's very important. Their conversation on the phone is very important. And I'm going to dovetail back to something that I didn't comment on just in the segment just before this. But if you remember, she said when she was describing the night, and Sebastian went to bed and said, I love you, Mom. And then she says, a little while later, I wound up going to bed. Well, what that is a little while later means there's time that has spanned, that she's not going to tell us what she did in that span of time. And she's not saying how long it was, but she just says a little while later, that's going to suffice for her. We don't know how much time span, but we now know on the back end that she was on the phone with her with CP for 3 hours, I believe it was, before she went to bed. And now she's bringing in another. She's on the phone with him again. This phone conversation.
Well, yeah, she was on the phone with him for over 3 hours, right?
Does he think that law enforcement doesn't know what Katie did, what time she went to bed? Like phone records. And within 3 minutes, that indicates she swept her fucking house. Do you realize how big that house is? Come on. And when I say swept, I don't mean picked up a broom. I meant went room for room, at room to room. She is military. For God's sakes, you guys are assholes.
Like, what did you expect her to do in the 3 minutes? Do you think she should have just called the cops immediately? Or do you think she called up maybe him to kind of be like, hey, do you know a location I should look, to try to calm down, to figure it out? People don't immediately start calling the cops if someone's missing from the house. It's kind of normal.
I have to say, I have to give her grace because she actually did it very fast. She realized something was up. So some people, I mean, I'm assuming people usually go look around a little bit before, and she might have done that for 15 minutes. But some people, like, they go to the school, they go here, there. So I think she did the absolute best she could in this situation.
Yeah, I think, like, and also it's like, well, she's not going to tell us exactly what she did before going to bed. Well, my guess is that it's probably just the usual stuff you do before going to bed. Like, I don't know, get a drink of water, go to the bathroom, take a shower. I don't know. Maybe she didn't really want to go into the details of that. I don't know. Just thought.
And I don't know, but a little while later is indicative of some time passing, an unsure, small amount of time, not 6 hours, maybe anywhere, I don't know, a little while later, anywhere from 45 minutes to 2 hours later. Absolutely. That, I mean, like, why are you splitting hairs? Oh, I know, for clicks and views.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What's the view count on that video? Just out of curiosity.
me
Does
see.
anybody know
This
how many people sat through that?
Well, I saw there was like 4,000 people in the chat.
It's got
Oh my
11,000 on it.
God.
It's got 11,000 views on it.
Whoa.
Yeah, an hour ago.
Shit. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, I mean, Fishman Dunna is, gets the views because, he does the usual conspiracy bullshit.
Mhm.
The usual bullshit that you do. Blame people, that kind of thing. That's how it goes.
Yep.
Speculates, and he says he's a former cop, but honestly, I just think he's a fucking idiot, to be honest with you. I don't think he's that smart.
Well, he should know better if he is a former cop, that you lead by evidence and not by, by prejudgment, and like they do here. They already mentioned this is a homicide. That's what they are thinking. There's nothing else. And these people, did something to this poor child. That's it. In a nutshell.
Well, that's what he's thinking.
Yeah,
automatically.
Exactly.
He's automatically come to that conclusion because he thinks everything's a nail and he's a hammer.
Yeah, from one video. Good Lord.
Yeah, pretty much. Unless you want, and that guy is just ground. I can't imagine anyone watching that guy. That guy is fucking boring. He is like, fucking. If he talked normally, the video would be an hour, not 2 hours. Holy fuck. Let me see. Let me see something. So, Quentin, what's up? Let me see. Just want to see some Crow versus Michael Crow. I'm seeing it. Okay, the civil suit was Christmas. Just trying to see if so I'm just trying to see how much money he lost in that lawsuit. How much? I have the transcript. How much did he lose? I'm wondering.
Well, this is Stephen Crabtree from 3 days ago. Talking about where do we begin? Because I believe he stepped back completely. He doesn't want any part to do. He doesn't want anything to do with this case.
Oh, by the way, Quinn, I'm going to skedaddle. I got to go to bed. You guys have a good one.
We'll see you later, Kim.
Bye.
Good night.
Me being pissed is an understatement right now. It's come to my attention in the past couple of days with things that I've received, heard, gotten, seen with my own eyes, watching many things. I've been bastardized, thrown on the ground. All this shit, man, I can handle myself for something I put myself in. But what I did not put myself in was to be tied to specific people. I don't have a tie to Tony. I'm not Team Tony. I am not Team Seth. I am not Team Chris or Katie. I am Team Sebastian, that alone. And if I have to forever go out here and fly drones and do it on my damn own, I'm very much will. If I feel like it's benefiting trying to bring the kid home. See, I've sat here many times, made videos, communicated with you guys, been on lives and part of lives. And what I've learned is I belong here on my live, on my videos. Because apparently, as I moved across, things got very misconstrued. Things would be put in my mouth that shouldn't have been there. And I'm very irritated about that. Like one being a fucking text message that had nothing to do with me. And then to hear the shit that's being added on to that. I am not no fall guy. I'll tell you that right now. I don't know if that was the case. I have no idea. But I'm going to tell you right now, I am pissed. Because all I wanted to do was be an asset to bringing him home or helping locate him. That's it. That means flying my drone, supporting other people who are out doing the same thing, whether it be, anybody. It doesn't matter if you are from my same area and you said, hey man, I'm going to walk this area. I need your support. As long as I'm not tied up with my actual job, hey, I'm there. That's what I wanted to do. I would make a crucial mistake by, reporting stuff that I had no business doing. I think I'm entitled to my opinions. But like I said, after talking to Tim Bailey, I've learned a valuable lesson. Watch those opinions because they hurt others. But people don't understand that. I'm telling you right now, I am not.
This is Stephen Crabtree. This was a part of Tony's. He was a part of Tony's team. Tony brought on Stephen and Nina. Nina Glass is the other person who has the felony charges, who cannot be around kids, that was supposed to be joining the search team. So now it's very odd that all these people just keep leaving Seth. Everybody that tries to go help him, they just keep leaving him.
Nina Glass fulfilled her GoFundMe of the dollar amount she needed.
Oh, did she? So she filled her GoFundMe to get her truck in order and get down there to search?
Yes, ma'am.
Because from my understanding, Tony added Betty to his team too, and there's a live stream with that too, where they did a TikTok about that. So,
Oh my
Yes,
God.
ma'am. I did see that.
Yes, Betty is going to be added to Tony's team.
Oh, goody. It just gets better and better every day.
Her and Seth are as soon as her car gets fixed and knows that it's roadworthy and she can trust it again, then she and Seth are headed to the woods to do some searching because she's been doing all of her research.
Mm-hmm. I have a question. It might be a little bit left-handed, but do anybody know who did that tip line, the private tip line for Sebastian Rogers? Who was behind that?
I think Tony.
Was that Tony? Oh, good
I think
Lord.
so.
Okay.
Okay, so this actually is from, this one's from 13 hours ago. Dr. Vance is the channel name, which is Traders. So this one is from 13 hours ago. This is Stephen Crabtree. I'm sorry, I had the wrong one.
Clear this up real quick. So I've been asked if I'm still going to be involved with searching for Sebastian and doing the search team stuff. I absolutely am. Just now tied to Tony and them. If you want to be a part of it, I will do a live about this. I've been calling several other search and rescue certified teams that are in Tennessee because, why not? We're here in Tennessee. I think that what kills me is even looking at the Tony stuff and telling people we're going to get a search and rescue together and stuff, and this is where we're at today. Still nothing, right? I can tell you actively that Chloe, the old PI, is tied to a search organization that, and I don't mean to say that wrong, it may be wrong, that they are actively still searching to this day, right? And so my thing is if we can come together collectively, figure out this is what we need to do, find a team that's local to Tennessee that is certified, that absolutely can do this, to maybe help, Chloe and their team. And, I don't want to be tied to any part of the organization that's going on with Tony, Seth, and everybody else. To be honest with you, I think the best thing was to remove myself from that situation because I want to help. I want to, do whatever I can to help bring Sebastian home. At the end of the day, I think many of us do. But this was swaying in a different direction. And I'm still trying to understand that you come on platforms and we talk about getting search teams put together, and here we are 3 weeks later, still where we was. You see what I'm saying? But yes, to answer that question, I'm actively looking. I've still got all this stuff put together. This is no dig at Nina. I think Nina is a great person. I'm just personally, it makes more sense to get a local certified search team in here to do all this, to be able to push for this. And if you actively want to be a part of this, what I would say, push to see if, we've had a lot of rain. We've had a lot of stuff come in. Hell, we've got storms that's coming in this weekend. And a lot of times, a lot of things get drawn up because of that, right? Floods and whatnot, especially here where there's a lot of creeks and everything. I just wanted to take a moment to address that. Yes, I'm still actively involved with trying to put together this. I'm working on it. I'm just kind of took a step back at how putting it out there, if that makes any sense. We obviously see clearly the motive of what's going on. I think a lot of people do. And I'm trying to steer far away from this shit. It's like yesterday I had a comment talking about the 180. Oh man, you've done a 180 with, the Chris and Katie thing. Yeah, I have. Because I stopped thinking with emotion and started thinking for what it was, the actual facts that are there, what I'm seeing from LE, such and such, right?
Nina's a great person, my ass. From what we've fucking heard and seen on that fucking court stuff, no, she ain't.
No. Well, what does he mean though? With he says, "I changed my mind on." What is he talking about? Like who's he thinks is guilty? Oh, I thought he was talking about like who's guilty in this. Like, it seems to me like that's what he was referring to.
Duchess sounds like a grift, not a gift. Exactly. Sounds like a grift, not a gift.
Yeah. And he's putting something together. Like, well, why are you out there putting stuff together?
I think he's hoping to get some money out of this, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I agree.
So, yeah, my opinion.
I think that he has seen how much that everybody else has brought in. And as long as he's with those, if he's with those others, I don't believe he's going to get the cut that he wants.
Yes, dummy.
So now he's going to go out and do it on his own. And I'm pretty sure that Nina's probation paper stuff that we saw with her court stuff, pretty sure she has to get permission to leave the state because she's a violent offender also.
But she could be like JLR's and not care.
And who can't be around kids for 10 years? Or work around kids for 10 years?
I'm literally just going to shoot it black and white now. And I think that's the best way to do this because of all the confusion. Keep myself out of that and just worry about searching. That's it. At the bottom, at the end of the day, I fly a drone. I want to help organize the search. I want to be able to help provide assistance to the search teams in any way I can. And I think that we as a community we can all come together for Sebastian in this, case, set everything of that aside and just do this, I don't want to say last yeehaw, right? But a really good push in, seeing what we see, if we see anything since all the floods and debris has came about with the storms. I'll leave that up to y'all to debate. If you think it's a great idea, hey man, get in contact. We'll figure this out. I'm also working on a lot of stuff with trying to deal with the school stuff. And also working with the project side of everything with trying to make sure that everything's put in place so when it goes, that it's able to run right out the door, assisting the families with no problems. So, yeah, that answers that question, I hope. And again, I did see the 180 comment, and I truly understand. But I hope that people will see that it's okay to say, hey, man, I'm taking a step back and looking at this in a different way, not using my emotions. And maybe when you do that, you'll see something different too. When you start looking at black and white paperwork and what it is and what's there, you've got to understand where I'm coming from. I stick by what I said yesterday. I truly don't believe Chris or Katie had anything to do with this. I think what we got here is something totally different, and hopefully there will be some light shed on that from law enforcement, somebody at some point. I will tell you that I am not going to listen to all the bullcrap. People put out there all this and this and this. I'm just kind of done with that. I think we see where it gets us. It gets us nowhere.
Hey,
just
did T-Rev's speechwriter?
Again, here we are.
Did T-Rev's speechwriter write his speech, or did his speechwriter write T-Rev's speech? Because these sound strikingly similar.
Yeah, and it's a whole bunch of word salad. It is, Firefly. Sure the fuck it is.
I don't understand it. Like he's talking back and forth. I might be tired. I don't know. But
nope, he's having two conversations in one. You are exactly right.
Jules and what's funny is TikTok this AM and said he can't search. Not sure what group. because his background has something on it from 10 years ago. He can use a drone if needed, he said.
Yeah, like he's not going to pass a background check. None of those other people are going to pass background checks.
Nina said she's already moved. They said Nina said she's no longer involved, that she's moved on to another case.
Oh,
And I wonder
man,
why
she got her trip money, so now she can roll on down the road to another case.
Yeah, Nina Glass said she's not coming. She moved on and started searching for someone else in her state, which if she filled her GoFundMe, that's real fucking rich.
Yeah.
You filled it to help Ashton, but now you're going to say, fuck that. You're going to help somebody in state? Wow.
Why does Seth want to get rid of all the professionals? Why does he want to surround himself with this merry band of idiots? I don't understand it.
Cheesy, can you explain to me how many correctional officers have you known in your life? Have you known any?
Yeah, yes, I do know one right now, actually.
All right. Do you know how many of them want to associate on a chummy basis with people that have felonies because they're around them all day while they're incarcerated? I know
None.
It seems very judgmental, but none. Okay, right. Because my family members that are in that line of work, that's the same answer they gave. Because I was like, "Hey, would you?" And they're like, "Nope, I can't. Sorry, it's a no-go."
Well, their profession would look down on them first of all.
Thank you.
Clue, if you ain't going live, bring your ass up here and tell us. Sitting in the chat talking about I got some shit to fucking expose on T-Rev. Bitch, bring your ass up here and expose the shit. What you mean, Biddy?
Yeah, let's hear it, Clue. Come on.
Like that.
Fuck, what the hell?
I find it interesting also that this fellow is sitting in his car doing this, because if you want to think psychology on this, there's psychology behind that. He's doing it like I'm on the road. Look at me. I'm out here searching, kind of. He's wanting to portray that. So let's look at the psychology of this dude.
Right, Val, look, she said, why does this guy keep thinking he got to come on here explaining his side? Nobody gives a fuck about your side. You're irrelevant as hell anyways. I mean, you go be part of Tony's dream team. You said you didn't want to be a part of it, so okay, go on.
Yep.
Called part of the grift.
Look, that's what I'm saying. That they said T-Rev and Seth are no longer fucking working together. They're not cool or whatever. They're not brothers or whatever the fuck it is that they said they claimed they was.
Oh no, the love affair is over.
Yes. So they're no longer buddies. And Seth did confirm, I guess, that no one was taking flyers. Like there was a rumor, I guess, that was like going around. So I got a message saying that he went and confirmed that no one was stealing and taking flyers down. That never happened.
Imagine that.
And we really have never actually seen him search like he claims he is.
No, the only time I seen him search was when he had JLR following him around with a camera. For show.
Well, yeah, because JLR ain't going to play that, you know?
And that was when Clue and Cletus was out there too.
Yeah.
So, yep, we know that.
What'd you guys think of JLR when y'all first met? Did y'all meet JLR? Clue? I'm fucking cracking up.
And my question is, did he ever blink?
Is he human? Is my question.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine. You can, I mean, if you want to wait, that's fine. Do your thing, girl. It's all good. I ain't that shy. I'm not really that worried about him. Like I said, T-Rev's kind of irrelevant in this whole thing. He basically just used Seth to get numbers and grift off of his son, Sebastian, and pretty much him. That's pretty much all that was. And I mean, you know, karma's a bitch. His girlfriend came out and exposed his ass for what he is. And that's it. That's all, really. I mean, we know what he is. You know what I'm saying? Little dirty bastard. Little fucking bitch. Bought hot dogs. Whole fucking pack of hot dogs. What up, baby? Pack of hot dogs. Thinks he's fucking something.
LDB, little dirty bastard.
Oh, that's great.
Oh my god.
God damn, man.
Coming in hot.
I swear. God damn, man.
Yeah.
This whole dream team just irritates the fuck right out of me. I can't with this whole bullshit.
We did meet JLR. And
What'd y'all think of him when you got
So I never wanted to like go on camera, but I kind of doxed myself while JLR was out there, and I like came
You
too
had
close.
to.
Yeah, I came too close to his like phone where he was recording, and I started talking, and I could hear people like or see him in the thing going, "Oh, that's Illuminati." That's I hear her.
Oh shit, because you got a voice like mine. It's like distinct, and if they
Right.
hear it, they know it's you.
But I will say, like, I introduced myself to him, and he was like, "Oh yeah," he was like, "You do good work," blah blah. But he does blink very sporadically, and he was. I'm gonna tell you the trippiest part about meeting him though is when you see him talking to his phone, like the people, and he like, you know how he'll like throw his hand back and be like, "I don't know." Y'all, like, he does that in person. Like, you haven't lived until you've been standing beside him, and he does that.
Look, in the morning times, look, we got this one. Watch this. This is Gray making fun of him. You know how he's like, "Come on in, everybody. Come on in." Look, this is Gray. He was doing it. Watch.
Yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Come on in.
I love him.
What the hell, Gray?
That shit cracked me the fuck up because you know he gets on his lives every day. Like, come on in, people. Come on in.
Well,
he
it's
like
crazy.
waves his arms around and shit. Gray did
Like,
that. I fucking died.
His mannerisms are actually legit. Like, he don't just do it on the video. Like, that's him.
Oh yeah, he's in.
Yeah.
Points his long ass fucking finger. That long dog. Jeez.
He is in the hospital. He actually had surgery today.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Who JLR did?
Yeah, he got. And the crazy thing is, I really think he's here. And he went to the McDonald's and talked to some people in town, and then all of a sudden he had a bowel obstruction.
That's what happened. He ate McDonald's.
No, because see, somebody sent me a fucking message and said, "Did you hear about JLR? He had a bowel obstruction because he's full of shit." And I thought they were fucking joking. Like, I thought it was just a fucking... I'm serious. I thought it was just a fucking joke. Like, somebody was joking around. I didn't know he really fucking was sick.
Yeah, he's got a picture on his... somewhere that I saw of him in, like, a hospital gown.
What?
I was like, no joke. Yeah, like, he really did get sick. That's crazy.
Yeah, I saw that Magnolia had posted that somebody had said in chat that Magnolia had said he made it through and he's recovering.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
You think he's here in Nashville?
Well, because he made a video that morning and I watched it, and it was like from 4 hours ago, and he was like, I'm in Hendersonville. I'm in for the Quality Inn. That's where I stayed last night. And the weather in the video matched what it looked like here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I really think CrimeCon starts Friday, right? So
yeah, it's on his community
Oh, wait,
post.
he's in the hospital. No, look, one day ago, JLR Army is what it says.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck no. He really is. Look, it says, I'm in the hospital. I've been admitted, having severe stomach pains. Scan indicates possible stomach to intestine blockage. Seeing a surgeon tomorrow. Possible surgery. I'll be back sooner than ever.
look,
And
look
he's
his
got his
photo, man.
fucking...
Why are you wearing your hat in the hospital room?
What?
I hope everything turns out okay with him. I don't wish him ill.
I do. He's all right. I've worked my damn nerves a little bit, but especially more times than others. But I hope he's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. I really do hope he's okay. I mean, no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really do, because that's fucked up. You know, I mean, I don't wish anything bad on him like that. You know, I just thought it was a fucking joke when they said he was full of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, has a bowel blockage, he's full of shit. I just thought they were joking around. You know, like, I didn't know it was serious. Damn, man.
I think he'll be all right.
He got a little bitty
Yeah.
hands. I know his
He
fingers.
does have tiny hands.
His fingers look big as shit on that camera, but his hands are tiny. He got little bitty hands.
What about Dolly? Are his hands small? You shook it.
Dolly's hands a little bitty too.
You have that funny
I was
picture.
gonna say legit, that was Dolly yelling, "Get out of my bubble!"
Queen Bee, do you have that picture, that funny picture of him on the, what was it, on a scooter or something?
Honestly,
Or
in
on a bike or
person,
something?
Dolly is calm. Ain't he?
Yeah, he was when we met.
It's all I swear his lives are all a show. That like amps up energy because the whole time we talked to him, he was just chill as I don't know what.
He's on that shit.
He ain't on that stuff. Stop.
I'm just kidding. Kind
Well, he smokes weed like it's going out of style. So
yeah, that's true.
he should be the calmest guy around.
Damn. Yeah, I was gonna say you sure was upstate when you messaged me that you was you was serious. I'm like, oh shit.
That's funny.
I'm just worried about like Mr. and Mrs. Clue. Please don't go eat at McDonald's. And if you do, please don't go to that McDonald's in particular. I'd be worried they might put something in your food.
Beyonce don't eat at McDonald's.
Nope.
He said, fuck that.
I don't usually eat at McDonald's either, but my husband brought me home some chicken nuggets. That's why I was so quiet. That's what I was eating.
I don't give my money to nobody that don't seem grateful for it. And McDonald's don't seem grateful for it, so it don't happen.
What do you want them to do?
Make the shit right, number one.
So this is something here. I'm gonna touch base on this real fast. Did you see this shit, you guys? Did you see where it says TRev757 and it says, I'm done, Sebastian Rogers, I'm done with this circus? Did y'all see that?
I saw some of it, but I wanted to watch it. If somebody clipped it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I wonder if there's any like little clips of it, because I ain't watching those 6 hours of this garbage. But I mean, he comes out the gate talking shit. They said so.
Yeah, he does. He does. He starts in the beginning.
Yeah, they said he comes out the gate talking shit. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he gets fired up at one.
You know, that's him.
Here comes
Rogers
LDB.
circus. People that turn this damn circus. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. It's 5/25 of 2024. Boy, am I done with the Sebastian Rogers circus. People that turn this whole entire case into a straight up circus where.
What do you mean? Y'all been turning this case into a circus from day one. What the fuck are you talking about?
I was gonna say, you channel the one with the mouth.
It didn't just get turned into a circus. It's been a motherfucking circus.
You know, say he's like the ringleader, ain't he?
Says the man who moved in to stay with a missing child's father.
I don't think he's living with Seth, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I was told he did not move in with him, but he was going to stay the night with him till he got his shit settled. You know what I'm saying? Like he was just going to crash there. But I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know.
Well,
but
even
from
so,
my understanding, I guess he wasn't living there. He was just going to stay there and crash there for a day or so while he got his stuff together. So I don't know. I've heard so many different stories. It's hard to tell what's true. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
what I do know though is him and Seth no longer they're not friends. They're not brothers. They're not. You know what I'm saying? They're not in cahoots anymore. Little hot dog. Him and little hot dog are done.
Ooh, we can call him Little Dirty Dog.
What?
LDD. We can call him LDD, Little Dirty Dog.
Well, the problem is none of these people will ever take responsibility for what they've done in this case. None of them will.
No.
Hell no.
No. They all think that
grimy too. Like they're just grimy people. Like if I don't understand what could have happened that all of a sudden, like Seth was crying over you, bro. Like T-Rev, that's my murder. Like what happened?
Whoa.
That's what I want to know. What the fuck happened?
Yeah.
The tragedy pin, like the woman we don't talk about on this channel, and then Smelly, they all have said that they won't apologize if they find out that Chris and Katie didn't do this because they were abusive to him, so they shouldn't have to apologize. That's their way of getting away from apologizing.
Who was abusive to who? I don't get that. Hold on. Who was abusive to who?
They say Chris and Katie were abusive to Sebastian, so they don't have to apologize.
Oh,
they said the same thing with the Wells too.
Yeah.
That because the Wells didn't treat Summer right, they didn't need to apologize to them either if they found out they were innocent.
Right.
Yeah.
They. Oh shit! I just lost it. Sorry.
So, did y'all meet T Rev when he was down there too, or no? You didn't.
Negative.
Okay.
Hell, we couldn't have seen him if we was walking and looking straight.
Shit, he would have come up to the bottom of your bumper.
Oh.
So that means that T-Rev moved down to Nashville as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Okay, so I mean, we're gonna have to see if that's even. I don't know if that's true, but they're saying T Rev and Seth's girl got together, but Seth never had a girlfriend, from my understanding. That was just
for Christ's sake.
I thought it was a female friend.
Yeah.
There we go, Summer Wells again, because we've got Ziggy and Fred Hill or whatever married.
Right.
Well, so what it looks like as from an outsider's perspective here is that they're now calling this a circus because they've been called out for creating a circus. To me, right?
Right.
And now it's getting too inconvenient for them to like do the shit that they're doing. So now they're like, oh, I'm stepping away from this circus that I,
Yep.
So, yeah, sorry, dude. No, you did this.
Right? Ain't it? Golf. Everybody wants to ride an elephant, but nobody wants to be the ringleader.
Correct.
I'm up for wrangling elephants.
All right, here we go.
It's the topic of everyone else but Sebastian. It's absolutely insane. And in fact, everything is turning into a circus, from the teams that are out here working together.
Everyone to go out and conduct searches and all that.
Circus. Hold up. Let me pull this up. I'm going to play this in a minute. But this whole entire case has become a circus to the point where I honestly am about to just push forward and move on to a whole different case. I don't want to do that. I don't want to give up on Sebastian. I want to continue to cover certain things, but there's some things.
Well, I mean, I don't think you've done a good job covering it as it's up until this far, up until this point. So, my opinion.
Things that you guys don't know about that has been going on behind the scenes, where, to be honest with you, it's pushing me to not want to cover this case no more. It's pushing me to not want to cover this case.
Oh shit, he said shit going on behind the scenes.
I just
wait a minute now.
Yeah, of course.
Right, you add that to the Stephen Crabtree.
Yep.
And that makes you...
Yeah. So what the fuck is going on behind the goddamn scenes here? That everybody's...
Yes. I'm telling y'all, there's something about that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you're in front of him, dude, it's a whole different ball game. Like I know people can sit there and watch him on television. I did the same thing. I watched him and felt so bad for him. But when I met him, I was like, oh, bro, no, it's some bad energy juju coming off of you. Like,
I've never met him and I got bad feelings about him, but he gives me the kind of feeling of like a freeloader, like a person that wants to live off a workman's comp kind of guy. That's what he gives me the feeling of.
ZY.
Huh? What'd you say?
L to the A to the ZY.
Yeah. And he's a victim all the time. It's everybody else's fault. He's an underdog and it's everybody else's fault why he's an underdog. Not his fault. That's what I get the read off of him. I've never met him, but that's the read I get off of him.
I didn't get that read from him. I won't say the read I got, but the people, some of y'all know.
Yeah.
There's several of us that are picking up what you're putting down.
And that he's not very bright too, but I know what you mean though.
I don't think he's stupid by any means. I really don't.
Yeah.
No,
I think he's smarter than people give him credit for, actually.
Okay. Because I was kind of wondering if he had involvement in this, but then I kind of was reeling myself in going, well, is he really that smart? And to pull that off. So that's why I was kind of reeling myself in. But I don't know. I go back and forth.
But at this point, it doesn't even. I mean, I hate to say it. Does it even matter? Because it looks like a cash grab, either way.
Oh yeah,
right?
definitely.
So
Mhm.
and that's disgusting. It's disgusting.
He can be guilty of exploitation and not have anything
Yep.
to do with it, using a situation to his advantage. And you know what I mean?
Oh, he's definitely using this as a cash grab, or was. I don't know if he still is, but he was. I know.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe he took the GoFundMe down, but it's still fine with Cash App.
Look, if that was my son, and I don't. I mean, you know, you never know in that situation. But good Lord, I would have been like, I got 25 grand. I'm going to use 10 of it and just put up a billboard or whatever. You know what I mean? I would spend that money finding my son.
The first.
That's
Right.
the
He
first thing I
keeps
would
saying
do.
he's using it. He says he's using it for searching his son for flyers and other stuff. And
That's
it's like,
free.
well, doesn't TBI print out flyers
Yes.
for you if you want them?
This is a
And
volunteer state.
didn't United Cage and Navy leave like 25,000 flyers? Are you
They
telling
did.
me they went through 25,000 flyers? I mean, that's a lot of flyers to go through.
Mm-hmm. No, this
You
is a
can't tell me
volunteer
that there's
state.
25,000 places in Hendersonville and around Tennessee that you could put a flyer at. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're absolutely right. I'm just saying, like, this is a volunteer state and everything is free. If you need flyers, they'll give you flyers. There's people that actually does that. So I'm just saying, like, if I had that money in my GoFundMe, I would have used part of it to actually find my kid. You
Right.
know?
And when Duchess approached him to donate to the billboards, he said no.
I didn't know that, but yeah, it doesn't
Chris and
surprise me.
Katie did donate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but nobody
Yeah.
knows about that because they're not advertising it, right?
No, they're not advertising it. No.
Yeah. So no, I said that's what I'm saying, that at this point it's irrelevant. What he's done is he turned this into a cash grab, and I'm sorry if he's watching and feels sad about that, but that's what it looks like from an outside perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say this much: the second time we met Seth was the first time we met JLR, and there was a moment where Seth called. I was standing right beside him when he did it. He calls JLR up to him, and I could hear the conversation, right? And he's like, "Are you still streaming?" or whatever he called it. I think streaming, what he said. And JLR's like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Make sure you get this, right?" And I'm like, "What the hell is he talking about?" Well, it wasn't, but like a few minutes later, you see JLR go get his phone off the stand, and he like walks over to the back of the truck, and they're messing with Seth's shoulder, and Seth is like, "Oh," like he's just in like agonizing pain. And you can hear JLR talking on the video, and she's like, or he is like, "He's hurt, guys. He's hurt real bad." And I'm like, "You dirty dog." Okay. It was just whatever. It was just gross.
And that was right in the beginning too. I remember it because I watched that live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. So horrible. And then he surrounds himself with clowns, like literally clown, one after another, like a shit show.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you want to find your kid, why would you chase away every professional that's come there? I mean, he even, I heard, I don't know if it's true, but I heard he even tried to chase away EquiSearch. I mean, they're like the professionals. They come in, they do it for free. They don't advertise that they're there. They just do their job. They get in, they get out.
Well,
Why
and
would
then
you?
Oh, sorry.
Why would you go after EquiSearch? I mean, you know, I mean, it makes no sense.
I agree. And then create a website with a phone number on it that says a tip line.
Shit.
Like, that's crazy. This is the second time they've done that mess, too. The second time they've tried to divert the tips from going to LE.
Oh, this is the second time?
Yeah, remember? They had it before. They set up something where it was like, I think maybe on Facebook or whatever, where it was like send tips here.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember.
Oh.
And they were also wanting tips to be sent to like different YouTubers, Smiley and
Jesus.
Harry
Right, like that's
Lynn and
crazy. Like, why are you bypassing the cops? Like, what?
Right, no.
What
All
is the
tips should be sent
motivation?
to Ellie. Yeah, I agree. Fuck that.
Makes no sense.
Tips, yeah.
No, that it doesn't not make sense. It's fucking crazy. I'm sorry for
Right.
swearing.
No.
Yeah, that's insanity.
well, and Clue, what about the original reward fund that Seth rattled off an
Yeah.
attorney, and that attorney would only take checks and cash? And then he said, whoa, hold on, we got to hold up. We can't send any more. The attorney has to open something. I think it's like the IOLTA account, the attorney-client trust account. And then we never heard anything more about it. And it never gets brought up again.
Yeah.
And they don't even know how the funds were, where the funds went, or what happened to it. I mean, they were just promissory, right? At that point.
No.
I think so.
No, I think at that point there were already people that were sending to the attorney.
Well, in the beginning, there was a $3,500 reward, and that was all I've heard was promissory from local businesses,
Yeah.
which is a common thing for local businesses to do that, to give promissory. Yeah, if we'll donate this much if he's found or whatever, right?
Right.
Well, anyways, but then there was a thing that Chasing had put out saying that there was a lawyer that you could send donations to for the reward fund, and that he would make sure that you got your money back if it was never given out.
Mm-hmm.
But that's never come back. Nothing more has come out about that. And Seth was on Pascal and said, no, hold off on that. Don't send any more. He's got to do some things, and I'll update you on that in the future. And then there's never been another update. And then this Tony guy came on, and now everything's on a whole different platform. And like I said, I have a feeling from what I heard tonight on somewhere else after watching the Voldemort and Tony thing, like a car doesn't run and needs more work. Like, why are all these search people not able to leave and go search? Like, if that's
they're broke as hell. Hey, Queen, watch your backstage.
Oh, okay.
They're broke. Like, I've never seen people who need so much help to make a car run. You know what I mean?
I've never seen search professionals and responders not be prepared to leave at a moment's notice.
Can I? And wasn't one of these lawyers also, they couldn't figure out who had actually reached out to him? They couldn't get to the bottom of who started that trust fund. Somebody tried, and they couldn't even get to the bottom of it.
There's been no more information.
Because somebody was trying to find out who is behind it, and they couldn't get to it. And I swear, for some reason, I always thought it was Seth who was behind it when he was talking about it.
Well, the lawyer that did it, he had actually gotten in trouble for getting like an inmate out early or something, like trying to get them out of jail.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, he was kind of like a little shady. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That part I heard, but I don't know if anybody ever went to the bottom of who was that, who did that whole trust fund situation, right? Where did that come from? Who started it?
You're saying trust fund, you mean reward?
Or reward fund. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
no, I
the
just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying.
Yes.
Well, and when I said I heard Chasing say that it was this lawyer, blah, 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 and then it was like not even like a day later or 2 days later, I had heard somebody say, now Seth, the lawyer's out and Seth wants any reward fund money to go to him. And then that's when I started really side-eyeing Seth. And I was like, what? And that's when it really started thinking, wow, this is really a money,
Well, that's why I've had so many questions, because there's unaccounted for funds that went to an attorney or was set to go to an attorney. And then the last that we heard was to hold off. And then the next update was, well, you can just send them to the Cash App for Seth.
It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, you know, I sort of
Stand
knew
by,
it when
Seth. Please
Tony.
hold. She's gonna go get the lawyer's name.
Oh, but nobody still to this day has gone to the bottom of it, though, who was behind it, which I found super interesting because I don't think the lawyer started that by himself.
Right.
Huh. James
James
Brian
Brian
Lewis.
Lewis.
James Brian Lewis. That's
Yeah.
who the attorney is.
Queen, are you looking at backstage or no?
Yeah, he's already up here. He's
Oh,
been
I
up
can't
here.
see that.
I just
My
wait on
bad.
him jumping in. You know what I'm saying? I just pop him up, let him, pop in whenever. Just whenever you're comfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Who's our mystery guest?
So you want another story behind the lawyer or not?
Oh,
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Please tell me, Chris.
So the story behind the lawyer was Brian Lewis. He was an attorney out of Nashville down on 3rd Avenue.
Oh, we got feedback. Somebody's got their YouTube playing.
So the way this goes down is Brian Lewis is the attorney on 3rd Avenue. Decides he got contacted by somebody from either a law enforcement or a news. From what I understand, it was actually a news crew. And 2 companies decided to give him promissory notes. Nobody ever put cash in on an account. There was no cash. And the rumor was that people could send money to this account. The downside is it would go into a trust fund, but every time somebody tried to reach out to the attorney's office and ask questions, the attorney was out of office or was unavailable to be reached. That even came from his secretary. So there's a couple ladies out there that did some digging and found out that there was no money ever put in the account, strictly promissory notes, and it all seemed extremely shady. So nobody ever put money in this account. We had people reach out to us that said they wanted to donate. We said, well, do your homework and look into the account before anything and then go from there. And it kind of died because nobody was putting money in this account. Now, Seth had mentioned something that he was going to try to set one up. And then supposedly he did set one up, but nobody ever heard anything back from him. I even asked him, I said, hey, when you get the information, let me know. I guess the people that'll donate to it. Never heard from it. Never got any information on it. No, nothing from Seth. So there's actually no reward account posted.
So whatever happened to like Crime Stoppers or something? Don't they always put out some kind of reward or something?
From what I understand, they help with them, but I don't necessarily think they put them out. But I think there has to be some sort of collaboration between law enforcement and Crime Stoppers.
Oh, gotcha.
But yeah.
So, hi, Chris. It's nice to meet you. I just want to say, so basically, nobody went to the bottom. Nobody was able to go to the bottom of who started the reward fund to begin with. The first one, correct?
That's from what I'd have to go back and look at all these messages, but a lady did. I will not reveal her name.
Mm-hmm.
But it came back with some sort of one law enforcement person as well as a news anchor. I don't know which channel it was off the top of my head, but they're the ones that reached out and kind of tried to get something started.
Mm-hmm.
However, that attorney, if you look him up, you can read all you want about him. Yeah. Just go from there.
Yeah, we heard that. Yes. Thank you.
So what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, we're here, hanging in here, fighting all these
Hanging in
damn
there.
storms.
Yeah. I was gonna say you guys doing all right with the storms and stuff going on. I heard power went out. Kluma lost all. She said she lost her power as soon as she went live.
Oh, that was the FBI up there cutting cables, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. It's a joke.
Oh no, we're gonna be next.
Well, yeah, because aren't you paying Clue to stick up for you guys or something like that? I thought I heard.
No, y'all don't know we're cousins.
Oh, you're cousins. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
we're
Okay.
cousins.
The cousin with the private jet. How you guys
That's right.
feeling, Chris? Like, how is Katie? How are you? Like, how's everything okay with you guys? Because I don't think people ask you enough of that. Like, how are you doing?
We're hanging in there. I mean, we're doing the best we can for what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, every day's a struggle, but you know, you gotta get up, put one foot forward, and keep moving.
Yeah. And other than leave you guys, alone, is there anything else the public can do to help in this situation?
Keep spreading the word. Spread as
Yeah.
many flyers as possible. Always be looking out. And anytime you think you see something or hear something, just automatically report it in. I mean, to the law enforcement, of course.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
the perspective idea. Don't want anybody actually using some Google voice chat messenger thing or any other website. If it ain't TBI or law enforcement, I don't trust it, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I want to just say thank you again for the conversation we had the other night. Apparently, we lit the streets on fire talking, but I just want to say thank you again for you and Katie just opening up and being candid and giving us a lot of insightful information on Sebastian. I really appreciate it, Chris.
Oh, you guys are welcome. I mean, anything we can do to try to help and keep spreading the word and doing our thing, best we can.
Well, Chris, I'm just saying, if you guys want to help, I hear there's a new phone number that you can text.
Yeah, I saw that. So here's the funny thing. Was it Jay for Justice actually did a thing where she called it live on her show, and it rings and rings, and the person sends her a text and saying something like she was away from the phone, but eventually calls back, and then it's a woman that answers, and then it hang up automatically, and then after that she doesn't answer the phone at all. It's like, wow, okay.
So I just learned something new today. I don't know if you want to talk about it,
Sure.
and let me know if it's not. But I heard that you guys actually put money into some kind of fund for finding Sebastian, or for flyers or billboards or something. Is there? I know you might not want to talk about it, but you might want to talk about it. You know what I mean?
I got nothing to hide. Yes, we did donate money to putting toward billboards to keep Sebastian's billboards going.
Yeah, Duchess had put those out. This is somebody I've never had her on panel before. But yeah, I don't know if we brought it up or not, but they did donate to the Duchess did 2 billboards.
Good. Yeah. No, just so that people hear that because it's, rumor mills and all that, and it's good to get positive things out there too.
Yeah,
there's
we
a lot of
we
rumor
played the
mill out there
video.
with a bunch of stuff. People are saying all kinds of things. One that, once again, they have no proof of it. It's just ways to get their clicks and get all their information and keep the drama going instead of the actual searching aspect of finding Sebastian.
Mm-hmm. And focusing on the details of how can we find him, that.
The main mission is just finding Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
That is the mission, plain and simple. I mean, details will help, but ultimately just either him being found is the only way that this is going to end.
Yeah. And I'm so sorry that you guys are in a predicament surrounding this. This is, I can't even imagine going through 2 things at one time. like you are. It's just hell. So.
Well, you got to keep your spirits up and keep a good heart, and you know the truth, and the truth is with everybody that needs it, and move forward from there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough dealing with all the bullshit, you know.
What was that?
So it's still tough dealing with stuff, you know, everything going on, but then all the bullshit from social media on top of it makes things way more complicated than they need to be.
It is. I mean, life is going to continue to move forward regardless of what the outcomes are.
Right.
Whether Sebastian walks in the door, they find him in the woods somewhere, or we never find him. The end game is to bring him home, but the world and life does not stop as we know it.
Right.
I mean, we still have to go to work every day. We still have to pay bills. We have my daughter that we have to worry about. You know, we have 2 children. We have a boy. We have a girl.
Right.
You know, we still have to take care of them no matter what.
That's what I was saying earlier, Chris, is that, you know, the day that Sebastian went missing, Katie's whole routine changed. Your routine's changed.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing has been the same since. So it has to throw everything into chaos. And you have to find a whole new normal while being under the microscope of a bunch of uneducated wannabes.
Well, it's organized chaos is what it is. You have it's always going to be chaos, but you have to organize this chaos and continue to function in life, period. You just have to.
Correct. But there's a bad side of this, and that is what the community has done is they have alienated the law enforcement from even talking about this in a certain way, right? Meaning, like, they just don't want this chaos that's been created.
Well, I wouldn't say that, because if you go back and you look at the beginning of this, law enforcement talked about it for, I mean, at least 8 days straight. It was on the news continuously. It was across social media, and it continued to stay out there. They did a press release, and they'll continue to release information. Check their website, all that stuff. I mean, it's still out there, but the downside is how everybody wants to take and twist everything to benefit and fit their narrative or fit their purpose of everything, instead of looking at what it is.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of music.
Yeah, there's some kind
Is
of
your
background
TV
music
on in the background?
No, she has the background music up for if we play videos, it's so that nobody can strike her.
I know. If Chris has his TV on in the background, that might be why he might be getting it in stereo in the room and through his ear.
Oh no, my TV's in mute mode.
Did you mute YouTube before you came up?
Yeah. I went through StreamYard online.
I do hear the echo. It went away when Golf Inspector General muted. That's where it's coming from.
Okay. Because it ain't me.
So the echo comes from me.
You got to turn your TV down.
I don't have anything on.
I was gonna say, it sounds like you're like you got feedback coming.
Oh, maybe from my headset. I'll mute.
Yeah. Truth, no, whoever that was, come on back up. I just seen you were back there. You were there and then you were gone.
Meow.
I don't know where they were. They were here and then they were gone. So I don't know. So what do you think about this, Tony? What do you think? What do you think about him? He's out right now, trolling the TikTok streets. Hey, Truth, how are you?
Doing well. Panel, how are you? Queen Bee, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Chris, how are you?
How you doing, sir?
Doing well, man. I was just jumping on. Apparently, I didn't ask you enough hard questions the other night, but I wanted to tell you, even with all the bullshit that was said afterwards, I do appreciate you and Katie coming out and putting yourself in a position to be judged every time you come out, regardless of what anybody thinks. Ultimately, Sebastian coming home is the ultimate goal. I do have a question for you, though.
True. I'm good too. Thank you.
Hi, Clue.
Hello.
Love
you know,
her.
with everything that's been going on this week, and I'm sure that y'all have had some time to see it yourself, is it becoming more difficult to maybe keep the information that y'all know from law enforcement, to yourself because of all the craziness, or does it just reinforce that you and Katie are making the right choice by staying out of the limelight?
It makes it very easy for us to not want to talk to people. I mean, I don't have a problem talking with people, but people are going to ask questions, and their answer that if I can't answer it or I was told not to, it's simple. I'm simple. It's going to come out like this. Same thing I've said from the beginning. Unfortunately, I cannot discuss that at this time. It's an ongoing investigation. If you have any questions, please reach out to law enforcement and see if they'll answer your question.
Appreciate the answer.
Which is
it's still
ironic because
ongoing, so we'll see.
Which is ironic because the other night when we talked, that was my whole point in making sure when we were asking questions that we weren't going to get an answer like that, because then it would have looked like they would have crucified us for that. So we stayed completely Sebastian focused, and then we were crucified for that. I don't know. Can't seem to win, but hey, it was a good conversation.
Well, you're never going to win these battles if you are not throwing shade at somebody or continuously trying to find a way to make this the dirtiest, juiciest, drama-ridden soap opera that has ever come across the web. That's the only way that you're not going to find it.
No.
Right.
I mean, if you look at everybody that's out there, and unfortunately, you've got some people who are roped into some things and they kind of see for what it was or what it is, and then they backtrack out, and then they're, well, I don't want to do this and I don't want to do that, but yet they're still tying themselves in some form, shape, or fashion to either a person or a group or whatever. And, it's just different. It is what it is, and it's always going to be that way. Any case you come across, it don't matter.
Is there anything that y'all know that you could tell, but maybe because we wouldn't know because law enforcement hadn't told us? Is there anything that maybe y'all are able to share?
Not really. I mean, everything that could be said can be said, is being said. It also comes back down to one, I'm not going to violate the trust of law enforcement. I mean, unless
Absolutely.
they say you can release this information, I am not releasing it, period.
Oh, of course.
I mean, that's how somebody has gotten themselves into a pickle with law enforcement before.
Mm-hmm.
They know who they are and has tried to get back in the good graces with law enforcement, but didn't do himself any justice, not too long ago. So.
And people who really care about Sebastian respect that.
I would hope so. I mean, to me, this is not a let's make money off of this thing. It disgusts me when people make money off of this. Like, and you're out there doing things that you shouldn't be doing to financially benefit. That it does bother me, but that's my opinion. It's not everybody else's opinion. So,
Hey, Chris.
yes, ma'am.
There's a question in the chat, and I think it's a good one. If Sebastian were to get internet, would he be able to work like Google Maps to get him back home?
No, probably not.
Okay. Hey, I like the way Coco was thinking, that, you know, I thought it was a great question.
No, it is legit and a good question. I don't think he would know how to go to Google's and type in the address and figure out where he's at the same time. I just don't see it happening.
That's okay. I mean, hey, that helps. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That, again, that's another information pack that's a little piece of nugget of information. Take that
What I'm more afraid of is, no joke, is, if somebody has him and he escapes and gets out on his own and he runs and screams for help, that enough people don't know about the situation. And
agreed.
There's a lot of folks out there that don't actually know the whole situation or even know that Sebastian's missing.
I know Sebastian loved. I'm sorry. Am I still echoing, guys? Badly?
No, you're okay.
I'm okay. Just let me know and I'll jump off. I just wanted to know, like, is there anything he has a fascination with as far as, like culturally or Amish, you know what I mean? Like something like that he would have sought himself to a certain community that you can think of?
Not really. No. Sebastian, he loves video games. He likes food, but he's very picky on what he's eating and what he drinks. But I mean, there's nothing culturally that is going to drive him to an area.
Okay.
I mean, to be honest with you, he probably doesn't even know about the Amish.
Oh, okay. Because that was my first thought. Like we were talking, I think with Clue one night, and, and I was like, "Well, they're so close.
You don't even know about the fucking.
Well, they're close by, and they're very secluded, right?"
Oh, I know that. I'm just saying, like he's so young that it caught me off guard too when you asked that. I can't help it.
I thought it was a good question, actually.
Well, I mean, you
It is
gotta remember.
actually. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
So we
Well, you gotta
went to
remember,
the
kids
Amish.
nowadays when they go to school aren't learning the things that we all learned back when we were in school, because Amish was the Amish was in our history books and our social studies and all that stuff. No, not today.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, the reason is they're close
went
by.
there.
Yeah.
Well, we went there, right? We went to the only Amish community I know of, like in close proximity. And one of the guys at one place actually had already heard about it. And we put flyers up there in that area.
Mm-hmm.
So Marcy's asking she's here. She said voice for the voices, but
yeah, I saw it.
They have thought. Okay, so if they've thought to put posters in bathroom stalls at truck stops, rest areas, and gas stations.
Yes, ma'am.
I
will say this much: the idea of trying to get them in bathrooms probably will not happen, just simply for different types of reasons. Most truck stops will not put that kind of thing in the bathrooms. They have their sales ads in there because, one, you're talking about a minor child.
Right. I think people don't. I think people are just, they forget that he is a minor child, and you can't put photos of minor children in bathrooms. I understand, like, it's a good idea, but at gas stations and stuff, there's like different places for that,
Yeah, generally, they have like a bulletin
outside, like,
Yeah, there's like a bulletin board near the restroom normally where everybody, is using in and out, and that's a great place for it. Absolutely.
Well, with truck stops, it's best to be on the front door or like the doors entrance from the trucker side, the cars and truck side. That's probably your best place to have the flyers, not near the bathrooms.
Well, that's true.
Because you got to think, I mean, you're going in and out of a truck stop. One way or another, you're going in and out of it.
Yep, absolutely. Main doors.
So everybody's going to see it. Not everybody's going to the bathroom.
Have you heard of any further sightings at all? Maybe not, like some maybe we haven't heard
No,
to
there,
tip
as far
lines?
as we know, there is nothing, no new sightings, no good creditable leads yet.
Mhm.
Um, but they are looking at every single one of them that does come in. So
Mhm.
Okay, this one's going to be a little invasive.
not really,
Chris,
but keep trying.
okay. Um, has your home thoroughly been searched? Like, and when it was searched, did they look in every possible crack, crevice, crawl space, ductwork, all of the above? Have they like thoroughly gone through your home, Chris?
Yes, my home was searched. I honestly can't tell you the number of times. I know it's been searched well over 10 times, and I'm talking not from the same fucking. I'm sorry.
No,
Excuse
you're
me.
you're
fine.
okay. Oh,
Yeah.
you're totally good, dude.
From various law enforcement, not just one group, not Sumner County. It has been Sumner County, local police departments that are in surrounding counties, TBI, um, Department of Corrections brought in corrections officers just to get another grouping look. I mean, you name it, they brought it in. What instruments they used? Infrared, night vision, heat signatures. They looked in the attic, the crawl space. Um, I mean, my ductwork. No, if you're looking at my ductwork, you better be looking for a micro midget because ductwork in my house is not that big.
Okay, well, I mean, that just like people seem to think that maybe law enforcement wouldn't do their job. You
Right.
see the question continuously in, oh, I bet they didn't look in here, or you've got somebody who wants to put a drone up and look in the backyard. Do you honestly think that if that were the case, then Sebastian would be home and Chris and Katie would be making, and Seth would be making a completely different announcement? Like, I guess people needed to hear those words come out of your mouth. Like, yep, they did this, they did this, they did this, they did this, to understand that all
So
of those things.
for people to understand this much, if Sebastian was found in my home from day 1 to day 8, if he had been found in this house, we would not be having these conversations. We would not be on a YouTube. We would not be part of social media.
Right.
It would have just have been a very wham bam, thank you ma'am, quick cases solved and done and over with. They moved on. But that's not
Yeah.
the case. It's truly not.
Yeah, I'm just floored by all the people who sit here and think that home hasn't been extensively searched. I'm like, are you guys completely stupid?
Well,
I mean,
not only that, I
obviously,
mean, I'm sure you guys probably, I mean, how many times I'm sure Katie's probably went in his room several times. You know what I'm saying? Just because.
Right.
Common sense, people. Come on now. Fuck.
I think.
Well, that's just, as a mom, it's muscle memory to just go to your kid's room like that.
I think the next question people will have, though, after that is, well, what about the grandparents? What about you know what I mean?
And we've already talked about that. He's
Yeah.
answered those questions. He's not coming up here to be drilled. I know that.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, when
So,
it comes
yeah,
to
we're not going to
grandparents,
do
I mean,
that.
I'll be honest with you. When it comes to grandparents, every house that can be related to this case has been thoroughly searched. Seth's place got searched. My parents, my sisters, cousins, uncles, anybody that has been named in the investigation, all of their dwellings have been searched. Every single thing.
Mm-hmm.
And not just once, but probably twice to 3 times over.
So, Chris, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So let's run a scenario where like maybe someone has Sebastian and he manages to like escape or get away. If he's like agitated, scared, excited, what would calm him down if someone came across him?
A cat.
Okay.
Great
cat,
question.
I kid you not.
Do you?
What
about music?
Not necessarily. If he's running from somebody or trying to get away, music is not going to be the number one thing on his mind.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the thing that will get him most will be a cat. If
Yeah.
somebody says, "Hey, we'll help you. You want to come sit with our cat and let us call your mom? Let us call so and so." You got a cat. You just became his best friend.
Okay.
Good to know.
That's interesting within itself.
Yep. Useful.
I mean, I kid you not. When
Yeah.
Sebastian's love for cats is so strong that still to this day, when me and his mom started dating, they had cats. And I am allergic to cats. So mom made the choice. They got rid of the cats so we could reject them, keep our life moving forward together. And still to this day, Sebastian will never let me live it down.
Do you think in the past, I'm just out of curiosity, Chris, in the past, has Sebastian ever seen a cat outside through the window and went out to try to play with it?
Not to go out and play with it. He has seen cats outside the windows. I mean, there's two cats that run around our neighborhood that we know for a fact. One of them, it started out as kind of like a feral cat, but we know who the owners are, and they call it Socks. But it's a gray cat, and it runs around. And then there's like an orangish yellow tabby cat, I think is what they call it. And it runs around the neighborhood. But I mean, that's it. He's seen them, but the cats don't come near him.
Okay. Y'all, this quietness is killing me. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Well,
too
I'm
much
taking
quiet.
in. I get it. I'm taking in the information that I'm hearing, and adding it to the rest of it so that it just sits in that little data bank of mine. So I was just processing about, he's seen the cats, but they've never, he's not petted them or anything. But if you talk to him about a cat or something like that, it would make him, you're going to be your new best friend. So those are just really interesting facts. What a sweet boy.
Savage said tomorrow the tragedy pimps are going to be calling it Catgate.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised. Well,
You guys
actually,
didn't even
I
talk
think I
about
have heard
Sebastian. You
this.
talked about cats the whole time. How dare you?
Well, I got another
Well,
question about. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Wait, Chris was saying something.
No, I was
Oh,
just going
sorry.
to say that in that released phone call with me and Terry Lynn, she actually tells me she's going to give Sebastian a cat. And I was like, really? Not here. He can send it to his dad's house, but not here. And people ripped into that. Look, he'll kill cats. I was like, whatever, people.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, I'm allergic to cats too. We got dogs, but I'm not having no damn cats. My kids love them, but I ain't having no fucking cats. Nope.
My husband's definitely allergic to cats. Yep.
Oh, I got a rule. I got enough boxes of shit. I'm not dealing with a cat that shits in a box. Nope.
What were you going to say, Truth?
No, that
wasn't
No,
me. That was Cletus up there.
Yeah.
He sounds just like me. He's trying
Oh,
to
I'm
take my
sorry.
sound.
I'm sorry. Pardon me.
When Chris was on Clue's show last time and Truth come up there, we had to all say, we had to count down 1, 2, 3, and all three of us say hello, so everybody knew we wasn't the same person. But I got a question for you, Chris. Just in talking and thinking through things, is it possible that he's ever gone out the door in the middle of the night without y'all knowing? Is
very
that a
possible.
possibility? Okay.
It's very possible. I'm not going to say he hasn't.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, don't take this the wrong way. If I'm sleeping, I would not know he walked out my door.
Right. Yeah.
That's why I asked why I mentioned the interesting of the cat thing, and also, of course, asked the question that I did because, I mean, obviously, if you're going to try to get Sebastian to trust you, you would use a cat. So I guess my question is, would that be general knowledge for people to know that, or would only specific people know that?
Everybody in my family knows it, and I'm sure anybody that Seth has an association with, they may know it as well. I mean, if he talks about his son But I mean, as much as it's been put out there, it's general knowledge now. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows it. I mean, if they don't, let's put it this way: if there's any other shows out there that can't say what Sebastian's favorite animal is, well, then obviously they're not paying attention to the interviews or to the things that people are saying.
Right.
So, one more question and I'm done, I swear. But
No, it ain't.
all right. Well,
You know how cousins lie.
You know it.
so like over here, like we have our neighbor, right? And she has a cat, and he will come over and like we'll see him laying in our driveway and stuff. Like, do you know of anyone in the neighborhood who has like a cat that may go outside that maybe he would have seen?
Yeah, socks. My neighbor
Socks?
behind me, it's their cat.
Okay.
Yeah, he walks through the fences and walks all the way around the neighborhood. He
Does
was seen
Socks
on
walk?
multiple cameras.
Does Socks walk over to where the retention pond would have been? Do you know?
Very possible. I'm not going to say he wouldn't, but it's very possible.
Well, my thought process is just like if he was happening to like look out a window or something and saw like the cat and maybe he was like, oh no, you know what I mean? Or gonna go see it and it started running or something.
Well, I'm gonna tell you now, it's so dark in our neighborhood
Yeah,
at
it would
that
be
time of
hard to
night. There's no way he saw the cat walking.
Right.
I mean, for Christ's sakes, the cops can't see an image on
Yeah.
cameras.
Right.
So there's no way Sebastian's got night vision and seeing a cat walk through the yard or right up against the brick of the house. There's no way.
Is Socks still coming around?
Oh yeah, Socks is still floating around.
Okay, that's all I was curious about.
In fact, we're actually keeping our eye on the cat now. We're helping our neighbors. Because all these storms and stuff, kind of, everybody's watching everybody's pets and stuff just to make sure everybody's animals are good.
Right. Hey, JP.
I was listening earlier. I heard y'all talking about some other folks.
Uh-huh.
And I guess some of the things that they were saying.
Yes, sir.
I just kind of laugh at all of it, to be honest with you.
You have very broad shoulders.
As they say, ain't my clowns, ain't my circus.
I know.
Are you referring to the interview we were watching and somebody was interpreting?
Yeah, whoever that was. I mean, come on, really?
Yeah.
Well,
I was just going to say, stay away from Chris McDonaugh.
Yes, please.
If he ever comes to interview, don't do it.
I'm gonna tell you right now, and this is the law of the land. It's real simple. This property has signs on it. You violate what that sign says, I don't care who you are. I will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
As is your right.
Don't care.
As is your right.
I mean,
Yeah.
There's only certain people allowed on this property, and if you don't have that permission,
yeah.
Well,
it's just that he's retired law enforcement, so sometimes people trust him more than they should. So
no, I don't care who you are.
And he made a mockery of the Wells situation.
Well, I would not be the one he wants to do that with.
Yeah.
I also think that I think that was a brave warning because you also own the airspace over your home too.
Oh yeah, sure do. And when you want to know about air rights, let me know. I'm a crane operator. I know all about air rights.
Oh, so you might know.
You have a certain footage above your house that is your space, and nobody's supposed to interfere in that space.
Well, in Tennessee alone, it's a misdemeanor to do that for the purposes of stalking or surveillance.
Well, it's also if you have a drone or you want to fly some type of aerial equipment and you don't have an FAA license and you're doing that, I will let everybody know we don't live in the city limits. We live outside of the city limits. So discharging of firearms is very common outside of city limits in Tennessee.
Yeah.
12 gauge will
She's
solve
got
that
backyard.
problem in a heartbeat.
We literally have targets set up against almost every tree in the yard, and we go outside out front and shoot.
I mean,
Oh, that's going to be turned into something good tomorrow, Chris. You know that.
I'll let it. I mean, I'm not worried about it. I mean, well, here's what people have to understand. One, I personally have no reason to be negative or deceitful toward people unless you come at us sideways.
Mhm.
Don't.
Right.
We haven't given you a reason other than your personal opinions of what you think about this situation is your personal opinion.
Mhm.
Unless you can produce facts, and if you have any, please return them to law enforcement and provide them those facts so we can get some momentum on this case here. That would be
Mhm.
amazing. We'd love for it, please. But if you have an opinion, just keep that to yourself.
Mhm.
That's probably best where those are best kept.
Yeah. And I have to say, I apologize on behalf of that team over there who did that video. And they, when they call it a homicide, because that cannot be easy for either you or Katie to listen to.
Well,
So,
here's what I would let them know. If you're calling this case a homicide and you're wanting to call me or my wife a murderer, you should probably think very close and careful about the words coming out of your mouth, because that could very easily lead to a slander and defamation case. And there is nothing in this world that is erased permanently from digital footprint.
mm-hmm.
Just saying. Most
Right.
people that are this smart should know that by now, but hey.
Absolutely.
Yep. Can I ask you a question? Is your favorite song "Let's Give Them Something to Talk About"? I like you. You're fun.
Hey, I saw a good question roll by. Is Sebastian afraid of the dark?
No.
Not afraid of the dark. Perfect.
No, we've taken him to haunted houses. And we
Chris,
did it in San Diego, and we've done it in Tennessee. And, just when we think, oh, he won't make it through this one, I tell you what, that little man goes right on through them just like nobody's business.
My nephew loves haunted houses. He's 14. He loves them. They are his favorite.
Sebastian, the last time we went through one of the guys started to jump out and scare him. Sebastian just kind of looked at him and just kind of gave him this roar like, "I'm bigger than you, roar!" It was pretty funny. I was like,
"That's great."
Hey, Chris, I was wondering if you will sign my petition for justice for the mouse.
Oh yes, let me get on that one.
Thank you. I'll send that over to you.
Justice for mice, you know it.
Mice on a stick.
I'm gonna have a restraining order remaining
Against the
500
mouse
yards
with
away
the
from
stick.
all mice.
Well, they're gonna don't worry. Nonsense has been getting in trouble for torching scorpions, so it's okay. You can come sit in our crowd. You can sit in.
I thought they were gonna lose their shit over her torching a goddamn scorpion.
I'm guessing they're all friends of a certain organization about animals, I guess.
Nope, they were just some YouTubers that just lost their mind over scorpions. I mean, like, if you live in Arizona, that's part of, if you live where she lives, that's so part of the backyard.
You
Like,
live anywhere southwest of the United States, that's probably going to be a commonality. I mean,
well, like, some people have to pay pest control to come in and spray several, like once a month, just to keep that stuff. Oh my God. Like, oh.
We had
They're
friends in
almost as
Arizona
dangerous.
that had scorpions walking up in their house on a common basis. You just had to look around. You see them, you just pick them up and you throw them back outside.
Oh God, no. Nope. That's time for a blood search.
Almost as scary as the Tennessee Viper, right? Isn't that what it was that we have?
No, the Cobra, the Tennessee
Cobra, the Tennessee Cobra. Yeah, that
Yes,
one.
cobras.
Jesus Christ.
And alligators and crocodiles.
Well, we actually have some of those here.
Yeah, we have those.
Yeah.
Been
Yeah,
several spotted on some golf courses here lately.
I live up in Minnesota, and you don't have cockroaches here unless you're a pig, or if you live like steam lines or something. But anyways, one time I was down in Texas when I was a truck driver, and I'm sitting there, I'm bullshitting with some people, and all of a sudden something hits me, a bug hits me in the chest. I'm like, what the hell was that? And they're like, oh, is this probably a cockroach? And I was like, they fly here? And they're like, yeah, they fly here. I was like, oh my God. And I went to this distribution center in Tyler, Texas, and my white truck was completely black of these cockroaches outside of it. And I didn't even want to open my door. I was like, oh my God, that's all I need to do is bring these back to Minnesota. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
We don't have
now
any,
we've got
where
our-
I live,
now
we
we've
don't
got
have
our
anything
cicadas.
poisonous. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Well, now we got cicadas down here right now, so that's like the big thing going on.
Ugh.
Oh, ish.
They are everywhere. They're flying and they don't stick to bushes anymore. They went into traffic. They're suicidal now.
They can't stand the pressure of being named in a potential investigation, so they're swab bombing into cars.
It's amazing. They're everywhere.
We have meth monkeys too. I don't know if you're familiar with those, but we definitely have those in Tennessee.
Meth monkeys?
Those are everywhere.
Yeah, meth monkeys.
What is that? I have never heard of that.
So there was a guy that kept a bunch of monkeys, and he had an active meth lab, and the monkeys were strung out on meth in Tennessee and got loose, and they've been loose for like, I don't know, a year or two now.
Are you kidding?
No.
Wow. Where?
I think it's in Colombia.
So we got fentanyl ferrets too. They run around.
What did you say? Did you say fentanyl ferrets?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Where is this conversation going?
Oh well, you know what's
Who
next?
at?
It's gonna be bath salt deers, okay?
Oh, that was where I was going to chime in with. We got chronic wasting disease. And our deers look like zombies out here. So
We're gonna have mushroom eagles, just tripping and falling into people.
Oh.
I can see it tomorrow. Chris was talking about doing drugs.
I maybe this has probably been brought up before, but I am very fascinated with the retention pond, and I don't know if you can elaborate on that at all, because the traces seem to stop. So the dogs trace Sebastian up to the retention pond, and then it just all of a sudden stop. Is there like an explanation for that at all that you heard that makes sense to you, Chris?
The scent disappeared.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, it's
That's it.
yeah. The scent disappeared
Yeah.
once they lost the trace. That's it.
Oh, okay.
That's so crazy to me still. Like, I don't even know how that happens. Like, it just poof.
And does it disappear in the water, or does it disappear like somewhere else outside of it? Do you
Well,
know
the dog
that?
went into the water.
Yeah.
But I mean, once he comes out of the water, if he comes physically out of the water,
Mm-hmm.
Well, they can't detect in the water, can they?
Some can.
The scent was strong enough that the dog jumped in the water.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Granted,
Okay, see,
keep
I
in
didn't
mind,
even know
this
that. Now hold on.
retention-
If he jumped in the water, did they drain the pond?
Oh yeah. Oh, so all right. So here's the thing with the retention pond. The first dog beelines over that way. He's got a strong scent. He's gone. And I mean, there's an audio tape from the dispatch to the law enforcement officers, and you can hear all of this on that tape. So, for anybody that says I'm making this up, Well, good luck. But on the tape, I mean, you hear the dispatcher tell the officers tell the dispatch, "Hey, said more people over here. Max has got a scent and he's headed to the retention pond." They get there, he jumps in the water, and the retention pond at the time was no deeper than my knee, so we're talking less than 3 feet deep. And they have drained the retention pond, didn't find anything, scent just disappears. Real easy.
You know, with that 911 or with that communication call, you can hear Max, or the handler of Max, talking about finding a footprint. Do you remember hearing that part of the
Yes.
radio?
There was a footprint and a boot print, and the footprint is not Sebastian's.
Okay.
Mhm.
Interesting.
And what about the mannequin? Because is that still there, or is that something that was?
So that mannequin has been in that barn window since I was a child that went to Beach Elementary School myself.
Okay. So it's not another one. It's not like one's just standing loose in the area.
No, they
there.
moved. They dressed the mannequin up
Mhm.
by season. Right now, he's in his summer attire, so I think he's got like a Hawaiian shirt on right now. And I think he's got a baseball cap on, if I remember correctly.
He does.
Yeah, see. And then in the fall, come Christmas time, he'll be dressed up as Santa Claus in the window.
Oh, funny.
Halloween, they dress it up with a costume. I mean, that thing has been a staple there since I was a kid, and I just hope they keep doing it.
I got to back up just a second, because you said there's a footprint and a boot print, and the
Yeah, there was.
footprint is not Sebastian's.
Correct. So that is an active construction site.
Right.
Okay, they had to make the retention pond first and foremost. That retention pond never existed. That was something they had to build.
What feeds it with the water? Where does the water come from?
It's just runoff.
In there.
Retention ponds are runoff from to keep from having standing water. It has to have a place to go and drain properly so it does not flood an area. That's what a retention pond's for. So every subdivision, every place like that, there has to be a steady flow of water so nothing can be standing.
Right.
So the retention pond has one, or that is the retention pond over in that subdivision.
Okay, so my thought on that, knowing how dogs work, and the dog went straight to the water. Water is a conductor. It helps to amplify scent. So my question is, what feeds that? Because Sebastian could have been up by where the source is, and his scent traveled down to the retention pond. That could be why the dogs went straight to the retention pond, because it had the strongest. It was the strongest conductor of his most recent scent.
It's very possible. I don't have the science behind it, to be honest with you. I don't. I mean, if that is the case, then that is possible. There's a dog handler, Julia
Valenti. Yeah.
We've talked, and she has informed me of that kind of stuff before, but that would not be something I'm going to sit here and tell you I'm an expert on. I am not. I would tell you to reach out to multiple dog handlers and ask that question.
I have a dog handler partner that, and like I have been on multiple things locally, and that's just part of the training that comes with it, is that water is a major scent conductor. When we searched for Amelia Brooks out of Billings, Montana, that's how we got led to where her remains were found, was because the dog alerted off a chute from the Yellowstone River, and she was off the Yellowstone River. And what it did was the dog caught her scent, and then the water is what amplified it, and she was up the way from where the dog first caught her scent. Anyway, that's why I was just curious as to why or what feeds that retention pond. I know how it works. It's just to keep it moving and the flow. But I would be curious as to where the source of that water went. And that's where I would have somebody start with some dogs, Chris.
Well, so the water, okay, so that construction site has a slight elevation from up top where they cleared out the new phase. So all of that water is running from somewhere up on the top. I mean, it just hits and it starts flowing. But I mean, there's not one particular source from where that water starts flowing from.
Yeah. It just
I mean,
starts
if you did a Google search right now and you looked at probably the most updated pictures, you'll see the construction going on. And that might be able to answer that question a little bit better.
Okay, I'll try to pull it. I'll have him take a look.
That's an excellent observation, by the way. Also, on that, where would it, like, is there a way for it to go out somewhere where the scent would go to? But
well, there is from what I understand, there is an overflow. So if the retention pond gets to a certain height, it does flood over into drain water runoff into a pipe.
Had you guys been down in that area within the last month or so?
Oh yeah. I mean, I live right next door to it. I mean, it's
makes sense, right?
It's common for us. Like, I will go through every so often and just look. I mean, it's just weird. Truly is.
So you mentioned the footprints, and yes, I understand there's construction going on there. But when you say footprints, was it like a actual footprint without a shoe, or there was no footprint without a shoe?
No, it's a footprint without a shoe. Now, keep in mind that there are already families in that subdivision living near that retention pond, and there are children that are running around there. So the footprint did not meet the size of Sebastian.
Okay.
Is it not odd that it would be one boot on and one boot off, though?
That's what I thought, unless you got a boot stuck in the mud and then were there tire tracks on the print?
We were told that there was a boot print and there's a footprint over there. I never said they were side by side. I didn't say where they were.
Right. Okay, got you.
So I don't want people to start thinking that, oh my God, no, I didn't say that. I just said that there was a boot print over there and there was a footprint over there. So.
And they never mentioned if it was the same size or anything like that either.
The boot print was way too big to be the footprint.
Okay.
Put it that way.
Okay. All right. So it wasn't a match.
Not even close.
And when Max was dragging towards the scent, did he take the main road or like between the houses? Do you know anything about that?
Yes, actually. So, Gray Hughes and I actually sat down. I talked with him for a while about this, and he pulled up some pictures and things like that. I would definitely go if you could find that where he actually posted the pictures on his stream or whatever. He has a very detailed, like from the house to where the pictures to where it follows, where it goes over. He did a very, very good job. He would pull a picture. He would ask about, well, what about this? And he would circle here. And I'm like, actually, no. So you follow this point, come down to this point, over to this point, and then he drew it out, and then he would send me the picture. And I was like, perfect, there you go. If you find that, you will find everything you need to know about that retention pond, directional, and everything.
Ray is amazing with that stuff.
I will go pull that. I will pull that and then have him look.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank
he does. I will say this. I know a lot of people don't necessarily agree with some of the things that he says on his show, but the conversations we have had have been good, informative conversations. Nothing opinionated from anybody. It's just our conversation has been me and him, not on his show. It's just been us two talking.
Hey,
So
Chris,
is there?
when law enforcement was came back out to the public and said that it wasn't a like a positive hit or a positive track, and I'm sure that they talked to y'all, and you're obviously talking about them following the path. Is the reason why they said what they did because it didn't lead to finding Sebastian, or is it because they're saying the dogs didn't have a track at all?
So I don't actually know. All I know is there were 3 dogs that followed the same path, 3 different dogs. They weren't in the same groups either. It was different groups. And 3 dogs do wind up going to that same spot. Now, that's 3 out of anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs that had
That's
been
what
in
I
my
was just
house.
going to ask. Were there other
And
dogs that went other ways?
oh yeah, oh yeah. Every single dog all took its own little path, doing whatever. 3 of them went to the same area, but most of them all kind of went in their own area.
And did any of those dogs, the ones that didn't go to the retention pond, did any of those other dogs all go to, did any go to, like any 2 hit on the same area?
That I don't know. As far as I know, only
Okay.
3 out of that number had the same path. Now, the rest of these dogs all went in various directions. I mean, but they all pretty much started the exact same spot.
Okay.
Most of them. So like on day 1, I know for a fact there was 5 dogs that walked in my house. 5.
Right.
On day 1. And that was, so Max, the Belgian Malinois, he came in first. Then we had a blue heeler, 2 bloodhounds, and a blue tick. That was day 1.
Yeah.
How many
That
on
was
day?
that
How
was
many on
probably
day
your
one?
city, your county, your search and rescue, and a couple volunteers locally that law enforcement are like their first taps. That's generally your first string that comes in. They bring your city, your county, and then search and rescue, and then generally their first 2 to 3 on their call list. So
On the first day, Chris, how many of those 5 dogs went to the retention pond?
1 that I know
One
of,
of them.
Max.
So 4 did not. Okay, got you.
Correct. And like I said, it was 3 different dogs from 3 different groups.
and yeah, that's pretty
This
standard.
is
When
the.
we did, sorry, Queen.
No, that's all right, baby. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
When we did the search up on Crystal Creek for Danielle Messick, we had 16 dogs and 9 handlers, and they came from all over the country. So that's very common for it to be different groups. I'm more curious about where the other dogs went, if there were any overlapping circles.
That I don't know.
That's okay.
That would have to be. I mean, I could reach back out to Ken, the EMA director, and ask him and see what he says.
Listen, it could be part of it could be a section they don't want people going in, and it's not a problem. If they haven't told you, there's no reason to stress on anything like that. It's not, honestly, it's not my place.
And out of those dogs, do you have any idea if, which one, cadaver dogs, sniffing, whatever they are called, if there was a difference between the 3 type of dogs?
That I do not know.
You don't know.
They probably ain't gonna tell him that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's the police department. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah.
their. They probably ain't gonna tell him that. This is what you did with Gray Hughes. This is the map and stuff.
Oh, cool.
So it just says this is what him and Chris worked on.
Yeah.
Where he kind of explains stuff, just because people keep asking about this retention pond. Maybe it'll give them a better idea of where they're looking. You know what I'm saying? Can you kind of explain this, or do you want me to turn it up and have Gray do it?
No, I mean, I can do it. I mean, it don't matter.
Okay.
Strictly
Well, I just didn't want to, you know what I'm saying? I know that I appreciate you coming back on here. I feel like people are just grilling the fuck out of you. I don't want to, I don't want to make you uncomfortable or whatever. I just,
We don't want to be like that.
It's fine. There's a difference in being disrespectful and asking some questions that can be answered, vice
right.
being somebody who's going to ask the question that can't be answered 20,000 times,
Right.
which has happened. But so in this picture, the red line is the path, the general path of where the dogs went. Starts at my house, comes out my house. Now this is coming out of the house, not if you're coming out of the house, the dog comes down the steps, hooks a left, goes down the side of my house, the side of the fence, and it comes back up in the yard, the front yard. Then it hooks a diagonal left, runs through my neighbor's backyard. From there, goes all the way down to that street, which is called Kellen, and then it hooks a left and goes up Kellen. When it gets up to the top of Kellen, there is that's where they're cutting the road in, or the new subdivision's getting cut in, and you'll have access to our subdivision that way. Although I don't think they're supposed to, but anyways. But then the dog shoots across that back area, runs all the way across, turns right, and heads straight down to the retention pond.
This would be Max's route, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so you said that were you often seeing construction crews and stuff in that area?
Oh yeah, they've been doing construction for a while.
Did Sebastian like construction equipment?
Say again, I'm sorry?
Did Sebastian like construction equipment, like front end loaders and dozers and bobcats and building sites and stuff?
Oh yeah, there's a video out there that's been released that we let go. That is Sebastian on a mini excavator, and I'm telling him how to do it, and he actually did very good. He pulled up we were ripping up some old shrubs and trees and stuff out of a flower bed, and he puts that bucket real close to the house and right next to a water line, and not one time did he puncture the water line or cause any damage, and he was good at it. He was comfortable. But no, Sebastian's not the type that would run over and jump on a piece of equipment. He knows better.
He knows to respect that. Did he maybe like construction workers? Did he make friends with? Well, I guess I don't know. That's silly. Okay, never mind.
No, understand something. There's no silly question. Now, no, Sebastian was never, to my knowledge, ever over there by himself alone in that area.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just say, backtrack a little bit about what you were talking about? I hope it doesn't feel like we're grilling you, because I think this is what it should be like. We're focusing on where can we focus our attention on finding Sebastian, right? I hope that's okay. So we're not like I'm overstepping or anything like that. Then I apologize. That's the last thing I want to do. Yeah.
If you were, I would have taken you down already. You know, I think you've been pretty nice, pretty respectful, pretty nice, you know, especially for being your first time up here.
So here's the funny thing. So the questions you're asking, I have been asked these questions before by other YouTube creators on their shows live, and answered them. There's no difference. There's no different answers. Just the same across the board.
Well, the truth is the truth is the truth, and it never changes, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
And these are the facts we know, and I like to go to the facts and look at that, and that's the only way, if we're going to be able to help in any way finding, is to get to the bottom of the facts.
Mm-hmm.
And
there is some information I cannot release.
Of course.
Period.
We don't want
people
you to do
just
that.
to respect that.
We don't want you to do that. That is the one thing that we've had some great questions. Chat's been amazing again, because not once have you had to say to us, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. That's the best part about this, right? So far we haven't hit anything like that. And I appreciate it so much.
Well, and I will say there might be some questions like if people have asked about my house. I don't care if law enforcement says I can't divulge it, I'm still not going to tell people just because, one, it's my house.
It's a safety concern. You have to live there.
Yeah, no.
I don't blame
Nobody
you.
should be going to your house. I wouldn't let anybody in my house or in my yard or around my yard. No, fuck that. Especially after we've seen everything that's been done to these families. No, absolutely not.
Yeah, they could try to plant something or do anything. I mean, you don't know what they could do.
Keep
Uh,
them
I'm
people away
saying
from
you.
your house. Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
And I mean, and that's one of the things that I know some people have ridiculed us over, like, oh, you won't let people. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm sorry, I wouldn't.
No, and I wouldn't. Mm-mm.
Unless
They-
you show up here with law enforcement in hand, and it has to be one somebody we know that's involved in this case.
Right.
If you're not, I'm going to ask you to leave.
Well, and
They did this to the Wells too. You know, the Wells were very, very open, and oh yeah, anybody can come. They were letting YouTubers up there and everything.
Nope.
And then all of a sudden they were like, okay, this is enough. This is getting crazy. This is enough. And they stopped letting people up there. And then all of a sudden, oh my God, they're guilty. They're not letting anybody up there, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, I don't blame them one bit. I mean, your life has been totally turned upside down. Every piece of your life and Katie's and all the information. And I mean, just everything. They've delved into everything in your life. And I don't blame you one bit. It's like, God, give these people some privacy. Fuck. Sorry.
Well, a lot of what I have noticed when it comes to creators and questions that they want to know, and they're like, well, they're guilty because they can't answer, or they dodge this. I mean, there are creators out there saying that, and unfortunately, maybe those creators should step back and think of it from the law enforcement perspective of them telling us not to answer those questions.
Right.
And they don't. They just feel like well, we don't have these answers. We need these answers to make it. Like, no, you don't. You don't need anything. You want.
Well, that's why they had to cut Seth off, right? I mean, because he kept telling things he shouldn't have been saying.
Yeah.
He kept, so even if it was a slip up, even if he didn't mean to, I mean, he was still slipping up and saying things he shouldn't have been saying.
I'm going to tell you right now, and no, I'm not being bashing when I say this, but Seth has not said anything as a slip up.
Right.
Anything he has said, he has meant to say on purpose.
Sure.
It's just openly
I
outing
believe that.
information.
But I mean,
and there you go, and that's another reason why. I mean,
do I agree with what he's doing?
He's not the only one that
Well, I don't agree with what he's doing, but at the same time, he's a grieving father who wants an answer. He just wants an answer. However, any which way he can get an answer, he wants an answer.
Right.
That's where he's at.
And I don't blame him for that. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying he shouldn't be like that, but I do feel that could be a dangerous and a very vulnerable place to be for folks to take advantage.
Right, I agree.
I agree with that fully, because he will go to no lengths, and it could put him in a compromising position.
Very much
so. Anybody that promises him that they're going to help him find him, he's believing them.
Well, everybody out there can make that promise, and they can help find Sebastian in ways that they say they can, but as long as they're doing it legitimately and legal, that is the key thing. Don't be out here doing something illegal. Don't be doing something crazy that that could potentially jeopardize the situation or anything. Don't do that. I mean, that's just wrong. I mean, you could obscure the investigation, and God knows 3 of us do not want that to happen.
Right.
Right.
I think there's a little more than 3 that don't want that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sure there are, but I mean, I'm not going to speak for those more than those 3 for sure. I mean, I'm not speaking for Seth, but I'm definitely speaking for me and my wife. When
I was thinking law enforcement. I don't think law enforcement wants their investigation compromised.
Oh God, no! I know they don't. I mean, they had that press thing they did. When was that? March.
Oh, is that the one that we played again? We played this morning, where they talked about how they were going back from the beginning and they were putting some fresh eyes and re-looking at everything all over again.
Yes, Chief Craddock was speaking, and then they used the TBI spokeslady.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Yep, and that was a very small press conference. They called local news that went up there. I know exactly where it was done and everything like that. Katie and I weren't there. Seth wasn't there. They did that completely away from everything near us and all that stuff. But I mean, I've got full faith in them that they're doing what they can and how they can.
That was going to be a question I had that I wanted to ask the other night was, do you feel like they're doing everything and it's, I mean, are you confident or comfortable with what Ellie is doing?
Oh, very much. Very much. I mean, they didn't even have to give me the polygraph. I asked for the polygraph. They gave me the polygraph. I mean, they've been extremely helpful in every aspect of this. And like I said before, did it kind of start out when we were in the best of terms? No, because there's some things that I didn't like that happened, and I stated my piece, and things after that, things have been great. But I also understand that they have a job to do, and I have to go by that. And I've been happy ever since. I'm not discrediting them by any means, shape, form, or fashion. I mean, people like, I know there's something out there. Somebody's asking about law enforcement being or FBI being involved. FBI's been involved since like day one. So I don't understand where this comes in that people don't think they are, but they are.
Right. I always thought FBI was always involved with a missing child.
Not always.
Oh, I always thought they were. Huh.
No, not always. There's certain aspects, there's certain things that will bring the FBI to, they'll always render assistance. Understand that. They will always give their assistance if asked for it.
Sure.
But most of the time, if it's a state case, the state runs the case.
Interesting.
I mean, we live in Sumner County. Sumner County spearheading the case. TBI is assisting in the case. FBI is assisting. Secret Service is assisted. There are so many other law enforcement agencies across the state and other states that have rendered assistance to this case. So, I mean, I don't see how they're not doing what they can do.
Right. I was surprised. Was it Summer Wells or was it another missing child? When I heard Secret Service was involved, and I was like, really? I didn't know Secret Service did that, but apparently they do. That was interesting for me to find out.
Well, I mean, think of it like this. So agencies have their specialties, and some people have a little bit better equipment in doing certain things than others.
Yeah.
I mean,
that makes
so,
sense.
I mean,
yeah.
If you could reach out and get assistance from another group that has some much more technically advanced systems than maybe what your local law enforcement has, then you definitely want to use it. Then, you reach out and you get the assistance. And that's what they did. That's what they've done. I mean,
That's good. I figured they did, but some people don't understand all that stuff,
Well, there's some folks involved, creator-wise, that know this. They're just choosing not to accept it. They feel, there can be something else done. Well, cool. If so, then let's have it. What else can be done?
They're trying to cause more drama is all it is. They're trying to ask more questions to cause more drama.
You've been really open and receptive to ideas.
I'm anything. Let's. What can we do to bring our son home? That is the question. Don't get me wrong. If somebody wants to bring a dog in my house, like I said, you ain't cobbing in my house unless you have law enforcement involved in this case with you hand in hand.
I don't blame you for that.
I'm sorry that I don't accept certain people's help on certain aspects. No, I don't need Tony Mathis as a spokesperson for me and my wife. We don't.
Hell no.
He's working with Seth. That's his thing. Go that route. But we don't need you. It's nothing personal. We just don't need you.
No, it's dangerous because of people's motivations, isn't it? You don't know what motivates them. And you're doing the right thing. I wouldn't let anybody in my house either if I were you, unless it's with law enforcement.
When it comes to PR, we don't need a spokesperson.
Mm.
If we did, don't take this the wrong way, but first thing we would do is we talk to law enforcement, say, hey, we're going to get a spokesperson, and we tell them who it's going to be, and then we'll go from that point. 9 to 1, we're going to use a lawyer, a law firm. We're not using. I'm sorry, it's nothing. It's no personal attack on anybody who is a PR person.
No.
But one, if your job is not being a PIO or a PAO, or a lawyer that specializes in this, no offense, I don't need your assistance. Because to me, it's just too many possible liabilities involved. I'm good. I appreciate it, but no thank you.
Yep. No, I don't blame you one bit. Like I said, you start bringing in this riffraff and stuff, and like I said, they could be like trying to plant things or trying to, and they could screw everything up so that no justice would come for Sebastian. And I don't blame you one bit. I'm happy that you're smart enough to do that, because boy, this could be a whole other mess. Because the Wells, I don't think that they were quite smart enough, and they allowed some of these YouTubers in their lives way too far into their lives, and it just ended up being a whole jumbled up mess for them. I'm not saying that the Wells were perfect parents or anything, but I really honestly don't believe they did anything to Summer, and my opinion. And people just wreaked havoc on their life. Boy, just terrible.
Well, first and foremost, there is not one single solitary perfect parent in this world other than the man upstairs himself, who we all call our father. That's the only perfect one. Other than that, ain't nobody perfect.
Exactly.
Letting these people in, God forbid this ever happens to somebody that you personally know very close to you, or it happens to you or anybody else for this matter. Law enforcement told us, I don't recommend talking to social media, period.
Yep.
Period. And the reason why is because they will find a way to twist and turn and make this into something that it's not, and it will make it ugly from the get-go. Now, we understood this, so we listened to them, if everybody goes back and looks, when we started first reaching out, it was toward the last part of the 8 days of the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
When we knew that they were going to start drawing down.
You needed to amp up your next move because law enforcement was drawing down.
Right, but we didn't do it without talking to law enforcement first. We haven't gone out there to talk on a news outlet or social media without talking to law enforcement first. What can we say? What can we not say? Is there anybody you recommend that we don't utilize? We do utilize, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the way it is. That's the way it's been ever since, and it's the way it's going to stay that way. Every interview I'm talking on, or I've given, and just talking in general, nothing that we have said is anything that we were not given permission to talk about. So that's why there's no issues with it. I'm not going to sit here and dig into something and make it up something that it's truly not.
Right.
Are you guys receiving any sort of assistance as far as like from law enforcement advocacy groups trying to help you as far as what to do? And were you given any assistance in that way at all as a family?
They get you in contact with a person who can assist you in getting certain things, but they don't provide you anything. And they can't because, one, it becomes a conflict of interest type situation.
Mhm.
So like a spokesperson, they're not going to provide you a spokesperson. You want one, you go get one.
Mhm.
If you want to talk to a therapist or a group or something like that, they can put you in touch of an area to start, but they're not going to provide you a therapist. Because
They point you in the direction of resources, right?
Correct. They
Mhm.
they can give you resources, but it's up to you to do what you need to do.
Okay.
And no disrespect to anybody, but I don't necessarily want somebody telling me, well, you got to use this and this and this. That's no.
Mhm.
I've never been okay with that, and I'm not going to be able to get that now. So, if there's a doctor out there I need to see, then I will go see a doctor.
Mhm.
This is Gray Hughes live stream that we're watching. So I put his link in the chat for anybody that wants to go back and watch it yourselves with his commentary and stuff on it. Because it's muted right now. So if there's anybody that wants to watch it, the link is in the chat. Sorry, guys.
No, no.
And I recommend watching it. I watched it and it was very interesting. He's such a smart man. I mean, he just knows his stuff, especially with
He really is. And with Chris here to help kind of break it down, I think it's, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of interesting.
Right. Well, I've left it open for a lot of people to, if you got a question to ask, be respectful. I mean, we're still getting nasty messages from people out there. And it's sad. It really is sad that it is at that point. But like I said, it's their opinion, and that's fine.
Once again, Chris, you guys are getting a lot of support in the chat. I've seen several comments roll by talking about how very sincere and kind you are. So I know that, contrary to popular belief, I wanted you to know that people see, like, they're seeing you and they're hearing you. They're really open and receptive to all the information and everything you're giving. So
You just ruined your reputation, Chris. Way to go. You're not the asshole that everybody thought you were.
Oh, no. All they got to do is go back and play that audio tape,
No, he'll tell you he's an asshole. Just give it a second.
No, like legitimately, like I will be honest with you, like I'm a very brash, direct person, and I don't really care. But if you're respectful, I'll be respectful. But you're gonna get an answer. It may not be the answer you want, but I'm gonna give it to you.
Sure.
I think that's what a lot of creators don't understand, or at least their followers don't understand, is if you're going to talk to somebody, then going after them in an aggressive manner or accusatory manner or whatever you want to say, that's going to get you absolutely nowhere. So if you talk to humans with respect, like I've seen a lot of the panels the last few days have, that's going to get you somewhere. Not all this screaming and theatrics and all the other shit.
Well, my biggest thing is if you're gonna, when you do your shows, there's a difference in opinions and facts. There's a difference in if you want to analyze this word over that word. Are you truly kidding me that you want to play semantics over this or that? Like, look at the meat and the potatoes of the conversations. They don't change.
Yeah, you really don't mince words, and there's really the way you speak very directly, and there's no way to misinterpret what you say.
Well, a lot of that comes because Katie gave an interview. She said some words. Then in another interview, she gave almost the exact thing, but she may have changed. Or in one interview, she didn't talk about the thud she heard. In the next interview, she hears a thud. Okay, well, people don't understand that maybe we didn't have the permission to give that information at the time.
Right.
Once again, everything we give.
People don't take that stuff into consideration, though. They're just like, oh my God, she didn't say that, so she's a liar.
Yeah, and she's guilty. Oh my God, you know.
It's ridiculous. It fucking gets real old real quick.
Yeah. You also
people
don't
that feel like they're entitled to information that they're not entitled to have. They're not entitled to that information. You guys are not supposed to be giving stuff out, but they're not entitled to that information even if you are.
Well, the funniest one, I call it funny just because it's for me, but like me and Katie had a 3-hour phone conversation. Well, is that normal? Is that?
Oh my God!
I know.
Oh my God! I got so tired of that.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. However I long talk to my wife as my business, it really doesn't matter to anybody else.
Right.
If your significant other goes out of town and works and you don't get to see them, what do? You have a conversation. You know, sometimes we will sit on the phone and watch a show together.
Yep.
On the phone. She'll have it on her TV. I have it on my TV. We're watching it.
Yep.
It's just, it's a thing. Don't take this the wrong way, but we're also prior military. We know the difference in long distance relationship, true long distance relationships.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Not my husband's 50 miles down the street and I can't spend the night with him. You know, no.
Right.
Like all the way deployed across the country, all the way deployed across the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What I don't like is how they goat you into certain conversation. And I think that's not fair, you know, because they have a motivation to get you to say something or get you to talk about something that
they're trying, but they're not very successful.
Well, and then I have to say you've been very composed as opposed to how I would have been. If I learned somebody, you know, recorded me on a conversation, that would have been like, I probably would have reacted a little bit stronger than you. So all kudos to you for that. It's crazy.
Well, here's the thing. Any of these conversations that they have that's recorded, I don't care because you can release them. There's nothing in there that law enforcement doesn't already know, you know, or I haven't been cleared to give the information about. I mean,
No, I hear that. That's not the problem. The problem is they talk to you in a certain way when you talk to that person, right? Oh, yeah, I understand. You're completely right. And then they turn a 360 and then they say, well, that was wrong. And he did this to me and he did, you know what I mean? So it becomes like they create this drama around it that's not necessary because she's sitting there agreeing with you over the phone, but then she turns it around for her audience to look like something else, right? And I think that's where all this chaoticness comes from, is that motivation to do that.
I would have much more respect for a lot of these creators if they actually stuck to them being themselves, not fake. And there's a lot of them out there that they'll have their show and they'll do their thing. They'll talk smack or let everybody else do it. And then you go on their show and it's like, oh, hey, how are you doing? Yeah, it's been super nice, blah, blah, blah. You're being very helpful. And then the next day they turn around and start running you right back through the mud.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you kidding
like
me?
Smiley did to y'all?
Yeah.
She ain't the only one. There's many of them out there.
But that shows motive in what they're doing, that they're not out to help Sebastian. That's just creating something out of nothing, right? They're trying to create something out of nothing.
It's fattening their pocketbooks is exactly what it's doing.
So I hate to do this. Is there any way, and I'm so detailed oriented, and I'm sorry, and you can say no. Is there any way we can talk about that garbage truck that comes in the middle of the night? Is that something that's been over talked? Ladies, let me know if it's too much.
What do you want to know?
Gray Hughes
Every-
talks about it.
Whatever he's comfortable with, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? It's just completely up to him. Whatever he's comfortable answering, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I just don't want to do drama. I like
It's
facts.
not drama. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
trust me, I'll let you know if we can go down the road or not. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
No, I want to know, like, because okay, I'm just fascinated by what we have and what we don't have, right? And
Okay.
so when you go down and you look at that footage, it looks like it cuts through the neighborhood, but because it's not like an aerial, it's from somebody's point of view that we see that camera footage, correct?
Are you talking about
the garbage truck?
one footage that everybody says was flashlight?
Yes,
with the
yes,
lights.
yes,
Look,
correct.
on this
Yes.
right here, you mean right here, these lights
Correct.
here?
Correct.
Yes,
those.
that's been debunked. Gray Hughes did this. This is his video, but he debunked it with Chris. Him and Chris both did.
Okay, so basically that's just the garbage truck because it's in the middle of the night. Did they really come that early in the morning at your house? I mean, it's like ridiculous if that's the truth.
So no, it's not ridiculous. You got to understand something. We're not in a city.
Right, they're outside of town.
So I live outside of city limits.
Yeah, you're not in Davidson County, right? Yeah.
No, I'm in Sumner County.
Yeah.
Please don't jeopardize Sumner and Davidson is the same county. God, please don't.
Oh, come on now. Don't do me
No, I
like
live in Davidson. Come on. I know the difference. I know the difference.
My father lives in Davidson County, so
Yeah.
I've lived there.
Wow.
I went to Hunter's Lane. I ain't scared to say it.
You went to Hunter's Lane?
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna start my jokes. You can keep going.
Oh, you know, I already know where you're going. That's good. But no, I mean, so outside the city limits, we don't have city garbage trucks. You have to have a privatized trash company come by and pick up your trash.
Yeah.
The trash company we use has a good proportion of the county that they do the trash. And they have to start at very, very dark 30 in the morning to get to all of the routes they have to get to in a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's common to see them out that early.
Okay. So this is 100% garbage, nothing else at all.
What, that's a garbage truck?
Yes, yes.
It is absolutely a garbage truck.
Okay. I just want to know. That's
Yeah,
all.
yeah. I'll tell
Because
you.
it looks a little bit like, it looks a little bit like people, I thought was somebody walking their dog. That made more sense to me. In the middle of the night, somebody work early and go out walk their dog. But of course, I believe you.
So here's the one element about that video that most people haven't thought about, that me and Gray looked this over and I told him. So where that camera footage was taken from, okay? If you look where you see that flashing light at the top, okay, that's on another road up on the very top of a hill. That's not even in our subdivision. Now everybody's like, well, you can't. No, there's no way. Actually, if you think about when this was taken, there was no leaves on the trees. So nothing had blossomed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can see clear up on that ridge line, that road. I mean, you can see the houses. And he picked up the trash. He went through it, turned around, and went right back through it.
Is it cut down, this version, or is there like a better version of this that you've seen, or is it the same?
All right, so the video that you guys see is actually a video clip that Nick Burris took, okay, of a video. It's the upper right-hand corner of the actual video. It's not even the whole video. Like, you're not seeing everything that's in the picture. You're only seeing the upper right-hand corner.
Yeah.
And then they zoomed in to blow it up to make it look like it's this big, huge thing. It's really not. It's truly not.
So that's why it looks like you're... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Clue has seen our subdivision. She could tell you, where the camera was. No, it's not. You're not seeing the whole video.
Yeah.
No, he just like clip. He just made it really one section of it kind of crazy. Just to start some drama.
He clipped the part that had meat to it. How about that?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because it doesn't give that full picture and it tells not the right story, right?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's why that caused so much uproar, just because the way he cut that video and presented it, and it was like breaking news. It's like, it's not breaking news, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no video out there that got released to anybody that me and Katie and Seth haven't already seen.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Well, on that, in the beginning, especially, my biggest thing is there's just no way that a camera didn't pick him up. But then I have to ask myself, is there any camera footage of the trash truck coming up and down the road? And the reason I ask is if there's not, then that would make sense to me that he could walk down the road and not set off one of the ring cams. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I can tell you this much, that yes, there is video footage of the trash truck picking up our trash.
Oh, gotcha.
And you can see the outline of the truck. I can't give you the time, but I can tell you that much.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, this neighborhood is so dark.
Yeah.
They've actually tried to go back and reproduce some of the camera footages. And they've actually had law enforcement walk in front of certain cameras, and they didn't even pick them up because it's
dark.
so dark. Yeah.
Probably also depends on the phase of the moon at that time, because the moon, if it was like full, it's going to give more light than if it's a night without the moon.
Well, and to the question, or to the statement about, the trash truck was caught, can you say if it was or wasn't a motion activated camera that caught it?
Yes, it was. It was my neighbor's camera across the street.
Okay.
That I'll go ahead and give you that. That's nothing new. I mean, that is the camera.
But you're thinking about a truck versus like a
Well,
person. You know what I mean?
my question's more: was it something that was recording all the time, or did it detect the motion of the truck, or do you know, or can you even say? I guess 3 questions in one there.
I can't really disclose what kind of camera system he has. That's not fair.
No,
especially not without having his permission.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, his camera's the one that picked up the footage stuff that people have talked about being leaked, minus the trash truck that came from a totally different house.
Okay.
You ruined it.
What?
All night there not been a question that he couldn't answer, and there you go.
Well, I'm just trying to. I'm trying
Good
to get
job.
a little more information to help with where truth was going with that, right? Because I don't know. The more I've thought about it, the more I'm like, yeah, I gotta put some credit into. He absolutely could have not been caught on camera. So
I mean, I can answer it like this: there are cameras out there that you set the parameters on.
Yeah.
That the sensitivity, aka parameters, on how they operate.
Yeah.
And how long they record. I mean, if you have certain ones, you can even determine, like the camera can identify the shape of what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to go back to the 3-hour conversation that him and Katie had. I've been married 31 years, and if me and my husband are in different places, like sometimes he works out of town, it is normal for us to have a 3-hour conversation. It's normal for us to have a conversation where we don't even talk at all and we're just sitting there. And I've been married for 31 years, which everybody thinks that, if you're married over 20, you guys don't love each other or whatever. But yeah, I'm just saying that is totally normal to have a 3-hour conversation. If you're not having conversations like that with your husband or wife, you might want to look at that. you know, and not look down on those of us that do have 3-hour conversations with our spouses.
Well, congratulations to that, by the way. To that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, I mean, me and my husband is my best friend. We tell each other absolutely everything, and when something good happens, we're the first people that we tell. And yeah, it's just, I'm not saying I have a perfect marriage by any stretch of the imagination, but you know, I mean, when you do love someone and you're committed to them, that's what you do. And I mean, it just drove me nuts every time somebody said, "Oh, what married couple has a 3-hour conversation?" Lots of people do. You know, that's called loving your spouse, wanting to be with them, wanting to spend time with them. You know, whether you're there with them or not. So,
Hell,
anyways,
we sat here and had a 3-hour and 40-minute conversation, and
right?
nobody's
I mean,
even deny.
well, yeah. I mean, look at how long we talk on here. You know, I mean, yeah. I just wanted to put that out there because I hear it all the time, and it just drives me crazy when it does happen.
So the first time Cleminati and Cletus and me and Katie all talked, that conversation lasted almost 4 hours. And that was the very first conversation we ever had.
And when you enjoy the person that you're talking to, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
It was
it
long.
answered questions. I mean, I mean,
Hell,
if
I don't think you've come on her show for less than 3 hours yet.
no, probably not. It gets lonely at work.
Yeah.
Chris, do you ever think about the Roman Empire, man?
Actually, I love history, so yeah.
Okay, just wondering.
I love history. I'm a nerd, man. I will sit down and read stuff just to read it and just be like, oh, cool.
Was that clue in the background that said what?
Yeah.
Have you never asked Cletus if he thinks about the Roman Empire?
No.
Ask Cletus. We'll see what he says.
Yeah. But that's
There
such
you
a
go.
random fucking question. Where did that come from?
Hey, Gray. Yeah, we were showing a couple different things. Chris was talking about the way the dogs went, and so we were showing this. So yes, it is yours.
Yes, this is yours. That's what we were just talking to Chris about. I was like, do you want me to let Gray do the commentary, or you want to talk with it? Because you guys are the ones that did it together. You did a great job on it. You do a good job on these videos. I like showing them because you're very smart, and you guys, you did a really good job, and it kind of helps break things down for people that have not seen it. Gives people a better perspective, you know.
And they've been dropping your link for the video in your channel.
And we've been saying good things about you too.
Uh-oh. Watch out. That's taking it a little too far now. He reminds me of B-Tim, you know?
Yeah.
I'm going to say he despises all of us.
Nah.
We don't want to ruin his reputation. We already ruined Chris's.
Well, somebody sent me a voice message.
Hell, I
lasted
eating myself
about
up.
50 seconds. Very interesting that said person wants to actually sit down and talk.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
He was being a crybaby because you came up here.
Boy, I have a question that I want to ask just to burst your bubble, but I don't want to ask it because it'll burst your
Ask it.
bubble.
Fire away.
Well, Chris, will you tell us why it was the 17 hours? It was 7 + 7 - 3 + 2, and your trailer, and you had to get it, and you just made like 5 trips, and you know, the pullouts. It doesn't take that long to pack a camper. You just put it all in the middle and push your pullouts in and get on the road and get going. So there had to be something nefarious that you did in those 27 hours that you were on the road.
See, I'm trying to understand the 27 hours. Like, Where's the 27 hours?
I don't know. I don't know. This is
The
her
person
story,
she's
not
talking
mine.
about. The person she's talking about doesn't do math very well.
Oh, I know exactly what she's talking about. I know
Right. It's
exactly
like,
who she is.
I don't do
Same
math
same
very
person
well.
that said that they wanted me to do something so they could sue me for my trailer.
Right.
Yeah, and you
Right.
have no way to pull it. So sure.
Yeah.
I actually clipped
Yeah.
that video.
You actually thought that through. Good job.
Okay, I apologize. It was 17 hours, not 27 hours. I apologize. I guess I added 10 to it.
Well, no, I mean, even if it was 17, I need some understanding of where the 17 comes from.
Honestly, I think what she's meaning is that, like, it would take you 3.5 hours to get there and like 2 hours to pack up. That makes 7 hours. And then, one way, and then you had to go back and get your trailer, and then 7 hours. Then it would make it 7 hours the other way. I don't understand her math. And like, in the end, I was kind of just poking fun because like the question does not make sense. I don't understand tragedy pimp math. And what
Well,
is it
so
she's
this
trying to
is
prove in this time frame?
so here's what she's trying to prove. I can break this down real easy. She's trying to say I did something nefarious in that 17 hours that it takes to allegedly drive from here, go get my trailer, pack it up, and then drive all the way back here, that it took me 17 hours and I would have had to have done something with Sebastian. That's what she's alluding to. And she's actually 1,000,000% incorrect.
Well, I mean,
we know that.
Because, the,
We
the
know
best
that.
part about what everybody's trying to assume about my trailer, I find extremely hysterical because they don't understand that it was checked out twice.
Right.
I brought it home because at one point I was out of a job.
Right. And
right.
We're also coming into the time of year when campgrounds fill up like crazy. So if you don't pay, you don't get to stay. Otherwise, it becomes a big problem, right?
Oh, so I pay in advance. I pay it my whole time. Doesn't matter. Like if they say, hey, I'm gonna be here. Let's say I'm gonna be at this job for 3 months. Okay. I'll ask them, do they want me to do it monthly, or do they just want me to pay all 3 months up front? It's whatever.
Right.
So I'll pay. I brought my trailer home because I was talking with law enforcement. I said, okay. They were aware of everything, what day we left, what time I left. I went down there, packed it up. I spent the night because it's 3.5 hours down there. And then you've got to pack everything up and get everything done. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to pack my trailer up, drive down there, pack it up, and then try to race back home. Like that's
right.
Irresponsible first and foremost. If you have a CDL, you know damn good and well that it takes one speeding ticket, you can lose your CDL. It takes one wreck, you can lose your CDL.
Right. Absolutely. You can't, like, on top of that, just finding out that your child is missing, you're already a danger on the highway because your mind is going a million different directions as it is.
But I mean, it's, I know what she's alluding to. Can I see what she's thinking? I sure can. Sure. But the other aspect of this, of what she doesn't understand, or these people don't understand, let me put it that way, because I'm sure there might be more than one, is that what they forget is every aspect of what we've done includes law enforcement, period. Doesn't matter. Like when we fly out of town to go pick up my daughter, they will know when and when we come back.
Right.
Chris, can you repeat one thing for me for the people in the back, please?
Sure.
Your trailer was your trailer was searched.
Yes,
Yes. Repeat that, please, so that everybody hears that one more time.
it was searched.
Okay.
It was searched.
Okay.
Hey, Chris,
And
what's your premise?
there's not been one thing that we have kept from any form of law enforcement at all. They have had access to every single thing that they wanted.
Mhm.
I know. I used to laugh when you guys when Katie first went back down to the job with you, and they were like, I wonder if law enforcement knows that they're leaving the state. It's like, do you not think that they're letting law enforcement know, or that law enforcement has no clue what they're doing? Do you think they're actually on the run? And I mean, just the
Well, should
stupidity of what
we?
they're saying. I wish they could hear themselves from the way we hear how stupid they are. I mean, they obviously don't hear themselves
By the
because
way they
they
think
wouldn't
out
say
here.
that stupid shit.
Yes, they think he's on the run. They think everybody's on the run out here.
Right. Well, it's just a lack of common sense is the problem.
I wouldn't say it's lack of common sense. I would say it's more along the lines of lack of entertainment.
Well,
Yeah.
I've never seen so many people be able to add on and take. I went to the store and turned it into. I was the shooter on the grassy knoll.
Or take getting getting a nick on your leg from like a stick or something to a snake bite to the one-tooth snake.
Yes.
I don't know. These are the people we're dealing with.
those rattlesnakes and water moccasins and Tennessee cobras
that only have one
telling you.
tooth.
Cletus?
You got to watch them Tennessee cobras.
And one-eyed tube snake cobras. Look out.
He had said they got a snake bite in North Carolina or South Carolina, somewhere around there. Anyways, they showed their leg and it had one little nick in it. And it's like, that is not a snake bite. I'm from Minnesota and we don't really have poisonous snakes up here. And I can even tell you that that's not a snake bite.
It could.
Well, hold on. There could be something to that. And no, I'm not saying that people are what they're saying is true. However, snakes can, even poisonous ones, can reach out and bite you, graze you, never injecting any venom in you.
Yeah.
It is a very possible deal. So not every single snake bite from a poisonous snake is fatal or injects you with poison. I mean, it just.
I'm a snake. I'm a silly snake. I'm a silly snake.
Oh my God.
I'm a snake, I swear. Silly snake.
But it looked like a blister and it was only one.
No, y'all never had the little silver snakes that used to buy in a pink box at the store, a couple bucks, and then you just put it on the steps and you just watch that thing just doom. You never had one of them?
Oh,
like a slinky.
There we go.
It's a slinky.
Those things are extremely viperous and dangerous.
Oh man, if you're a girl with long hair, yes, it could be viperous and very dangerous.
See? And it never bit you. Look at that.
Have you ever been to a snake handling church?
Do what now?
Have you ever been to a snake handling church? They have them in Tennessee.
Not a church.
Yeah, they have them in Tennessee. Yeah.
Oh, apparently we got one here at 1008 Stafford Court.
But only on full moons and stuff, right?
That's right. That's right. I mean, didn't you see the torturous picture of Sebastian where I had it wrap around him and he was just clutching onto him so hard,
Jesus.
Squeezed him so hard he was smiling. Didn't you see it?
Yeah, I did.
God, people are stupid. This place irritates me.
I know.
Irritates me.
What are you saying about me?
Oh, they come up with the dumbest fucking shit. Like, there's some comments on my video from you guys or the live where you and Katie came up, They're so fucking ridiculous. Some of them we went back through and read some of them. They're like, Illuminati's a terrible person. The Queen Bee, she didn't. You didn't ask no questions. It was a terrible interview. I'm like, it wasn't a fucking interview. What the hell?
How was I a terrible person? I hardly talk.
I got a
Because you brought him here.
I got a message for
No,
all
I
the haters.
didn't.
I got a message for all the haters. It's real simple. Fuck them.
That's right.
Like, for real. Fuck them.
Breaking news.
What kind of gum? What kind of gum? Fug them.
Well, you know what? I got an idea for Halloween, man. I'm gonna serve him some fucking gum and some haterade juice. Come on.
There you go.
Of course, we don't get shit for Halloween trick-or-treaters around here.
I don't either. I was really bummed out. I moved out to the country, and for years, I was always taking my kids trick-or-treating, and I couldn't wait to hand out candy. Well, then by that time, we already lived out in the country, and like I get no trick-or-treaters. I'm like all bummed out because now my kids are adults, and I usually go into town to my daughter's
Shoot, I don't
house
know
and
what
hand
y'all
out
bitch
candy.
about. That's more chocolate for you.
Right?
I'm just saying.
I just had visions of me just giving kids handfuls of candy. So now I just go to my daughter's house and do it in town.
So where we used to live compared to where we live now. Now, like I said, it's so dark in the subdivision, it doesn't matter. I think last year we had one trick-or-treater. One.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Where we used to live in Cambridge Farms up in Gallatin, if you don't buy probably 20 pounds of candy, you're going to be out fast. Because I swear, I'm pretty sure everybody just makes this deal. Let's all go to Cambridge Farms and let's just trick or treat.
I think we
Thousands and
we
thousands
went
of
there
children.
1 year. I swear we went there 1 year.
Well, every year.
Grace said, have you guys been back home yet?
What was that?
Grace said, have you guys been back home? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. He's just asking.
It's a holiday. I'll let it. He'll know what that means. It's a holiday.
Gray, come up here.
Somebody in the chat I was reading said, "Oh, stop laughing. Chris isn't supposed to laugh." That was another thing that they were saying. They were like, "Oh, they were up there laughing and joking around and not talking about Sebastian." It's like, they can't have a good time. It's stupid.
Well, my question to people when they say something like that is real simple. You mean to tell me everything that's tragic in your life, you don't ever stop? You lose somebody in your life, and all you do is you just sit there and have the negative times, and you don't stop to have and reminisce. Well, I remember when Uncle so-and-so or Grandpa did this and Grandpa did that. Like, you don't ever do that?
Right.
Probably these people
we
out
enjoyed
here.
having Katie up here. Is she holding up all right?
Like these people out here stay miserable like that, in my opinion. Like they don't understand it. Real life, I mean.
Right.
Right. They can't. They just dwell on it.
Well, there's also a thing to say about positive affirmation. You can't live in that. You have to be positive. Like, no, he's going to come home. He's going to come home. And that's it. So there you go.
Well, here's all right. So I'm not going to get religious on this aspect of this, but there's a saying, a Native American saying, that they say that when you were born, you cried and the world rejoiced. But when you die, the world cries and you rejoice.
Mm. That's beautiful.
I believe that. Yep.
Yes.
It's beautiful. Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
I remember the one creator who's a little yellowish in the skin tone. Anyways, they were talking about your arms with the dogs, and they said, "Oh, he said that he was cutting the dog's nails." Why was he cutting the dog's nails? Their kid is missing. The dogs can wait. It's like you're not
I didn't
supposed
say I
to.
was cutting dogs' nails. I said I was playing with my dogs. But
Oh, well, he said that. But anyways,
Yeah.
it's like You're not supposed to tend to your dogs. You know, you're not supposed to bathe your dog or groom your dog just because your child is gone. I mean, hello. I mean, life cannot stop. You still have to take care of your animals, you know. But that's how
I
it's
agree.
twisted. You were playing with your dogs, see?
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, but I mean, if something tragic happens in people's lives, don't know, you should take the time to mourn, think, whatever. But at the same time, you have to get up and move on.
Right. And
I
I'm sure
agree.
you have. I'm sure every day you're dealing with this emotionally. So if you can laugh a little bit, you have to.
I don't have time to be emotional. I have a wife to take care of. I have a
Right.
daughter. I have bills. I have a house. I have things that have to be done, and I have a family. So I don't have the time to be an emotional person. My job is to be the rock. That's it.
Right.
And I
Spoken
guess
like
a
a
lot of
true
people,
gentleman.
well, I think a lot of people have forgotten a man's role is not one of the three that are loved unconditionally. Women, children, and animals loved unconditionally. Man, you're not. Man is loved with conditions, period.
That's very true.
That's going to cause hell tomorrow. I'm just telling you right now.
Way to
How
go,
dare
Chris.
you be a gentleman?
Damn it, you get us in trouble again. Jeez, Chris.
Well, I'm happy. So you were able to keep your job, Chris, right? They couldn't take that away from you. They did try.
There was a situation that got handled. That's the best way I'll leave that.
Mm. I mean,
That is the fairest way.
Good, I'm
that's
glad.
that's horrible. Like you had to, on top of all that, have that over your head. I think that's horrible. So, just to say that.
I didn't realize I was actually in the show.
Oh,
shit!
Hey,
There he
Ray.
is.
Hey, last time I
I said hey like
was
two or three times.
with Chris was on Web Sleuths. Yeah, that was fun.
He was actually nice to saying it. I wasn't so nice when I said it.
Yeah, I was on I think that was the Web Sleuth show.
Yep.
Yeah.
They weren't very nice to you on there, I didn't think.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I just felt like, I think I was one of the first people to be sort of noticing the ridiculous,
one-sided situation.
Yeah, it was just absolutely insane. Like, I mean, no matter, I would refer to it as Proudfoot's bad, Seth good. That's all it was. It was this whole thing where it was like, I mean, it doesn't matter what that guy said, even though some of it was crazy too. It turned out where it was just always awesome. I mean, he's called brother and all these things on different shows. Like he's just and it's like, I mean, the Sebastian's the person who's missing, and and there's no evidence of foul play of any kind by any of the parents at this point, right? So shouldn't they all get the benefit of the doubt by everybody? But instead, to create content on YouTube, people had to come up with the boogeyman, and it turned out to be, the Proudfoots. I mean, but that's, I guess, Katie's the last person at the house and everything like that. And so that's where they just focus in on that, and that's where they feel like it's justified to be that way. But when law enforcement said that they've been cooperative since the beginning, there's no evidence of foul play, and they can find no evidence of foul play on the part of them, shouldn't that be where people go, well, maybe we should act a little different,
Well, you think so.
Well, in real life, yes, but on YouTube, that's where they double down and they invent something.
No,
Yeah.
don't you know everybody that's on YouTube has a PhD in criminology?
Well, the thing is, there are some of us out there that have been doing it for so long that, like, I've covered thousands of cases. Actually, I'm not just a one-hit wonder type YouTuber. So we actually know, like, seen it all. I mean, there's so many cases that are like yours that people treated the family members just horrendously, and it turns out they had nothing to do with anything when it's all said and done. and people never learn the mistake. And it's almost, I'd say it's 90% of the time they're not correct when they're trying to. Oh, look at the body language. You know what's funny about like Chris and Katie when they were doing their first interviews? I saw absolutely nothing wrong with them at all. Like they were just the most mellow. I mean, you know, when I say mellow, I mean like they're upset, but they weren't, you know, acting out, saying anything weird. They were answering questions normally, and
I
people
agree.
had to do mental gymnastics to find something in there. You know, and one of the things that bothered me the most recently was the. I guess Katie said something about, oh, I heard a noise. 10:30, whatever it was, and then Nancy Grace actually had the thoughtfulness to try to drill down on it and said, hey, so what was that? You heard a sound, right? I heard you said you heard a sound. So what did it sound like? She goes, oh, a thud. And then everybody on social media goes, she's lied. She said it was a sound, but it was a thud. I mean, isn't that just ridiculous? I mean, just think about that.
Well, I don't know. If a bear shits in the wood, does it actually shit in the woods?
No, but I'm saying like Nancy Grace is the one who
Not
got
if it covers itself with leaves.
Nancy Grace got her to say that it sounded like a thud because finally somebody actually wanted her to. How come none of the other YouTubers or people out there, when they heard a sound, they didn't say, "Can you describe that a little bit better?" They just go, "Oh, a sound," and yeah, God, absolutely.
No, somebody said it was a thud. Somebody else said it was a thud also, other than Nancy Grace. Katie said it somewhere else because I'd always heard it was a thud.
Oh, okay,
I want to. I think it was on. I think it was Caitlin Fox 17. So that probably would have been the second interview where all you see is our hands. You don't see our faces. I think that's where that actually came out.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that one.
But I think in that interview, somebody said that you or her touched the other one, and that must have been
No.
telling her.
Was
that
in
the first
Olivia's.
one?
No, that was in Olivia's.
Oh. You guys were cueing each other that, oh, you shouldn't say that.
Oh my gosh. You have been through the entire gamut of tragedy pimps.
Well, so in fairness, I got approached by a gentleman who lives locally. And he said, hey, look, man, I can, if you'd be willing to do this interview, it won't be where you're drilled. It'll be controlled, et cetera, et cetera. And we said, okay, fine. So we agreed to do it. Now, he also said that he had connections to other news outlets, national news outlets. I was like, oh, okay, well, this could be a good thing. So we did the interview. I don't think it turned out to be a bad interview. And we saw it before it even aired, so they lived up to their word. We did the interview, and that's the one where she like shifted or her elbow hit me, and I guess I looked at her or something, and everybody's like, oh, look, they're cueing each other. No, not cueing anybody.
It's just ridiculous.
Oh, if you would have scratched your nose, that would have been a cue, a cough, a sneeze, a leg tap. Hell, had you put your arm around her to console her, you would be an overly consoling husband. There is no way to win out here in this arena. And it's fruitless some days.
I mean, what I always say in the way they've been treated is, like, even if, like, I mean, I'm just throwing this out there, like, if somehow they turn out to be involved, like Chris and Katie or whatever, I would still feel exactly the same way as I'm feeling now. I think that they've been treated like garbage, given that there's no evidence at all.
Right.
That's how I look at it. Like, people go, hey, you might be, it's like, I don't care. This is exactly what I've seen a million times, and it's just horrendous. And by the way, that JLR guy, I don't know if you guys, but like, it feels like one of these days somebody's going to have to file a suit against somebody like that.
I hope so.
creating such horrendous and almost like a dangerous situation. I mean, if I was Katie, I wouldn't stay at home. I mean, there's no way in hell I'd stay at home by myself in that house with these lunatics running around outside with pitchforks and torches, and there's no way in hell I'd do that. And they act like that's bad. Some people go, if it was my kid, I'd never leave. Well, you don't know what the hell you would do if you were in a town where everybody was made to hate you, and you're all by yourself, and your husband's out of town working somewhere. I think it's just crazy the way people think. It's like this mob mentality, So I don't know. This just drives me
Oh,
crazy.
but his ex cohort said that she's a soldier. She should be able to handle it. She shouldn't be scared to live by herself. It's like, do you think she's got a big machine gun sitting in her underwear drawer that she can protect herself with? I mean, come on, people.
Well, maybe
There's something to be said that let's keep in mind where we live. Okay.
Yeah.
There's probably only one other state that's just as pro Second Amendment as Tennessee, and it starts with the letter T.
Wyoming, we're constitutional carry too.
Land mass population wise, I think Texas and Tennessee's got you beat.
We can carry concealed and open.
You don't even need a permit to conceal carry.
Baby, you don't even have to have a background check. I can walk in and walk out. If I got cash, I can walk in and buy a gun just like that with no background check. And I can pack it underneath my bra and no.
Be careful. I will say this much: be very careful saying that on a channel, and here's why.
Right.
Federally, you don't have a choice but to do a background check when you buy a pistol. Period. You have to do them. It doesn't matter where you are, what state you're in. You have to do a federal background check, period. Now, long gun, different story.
Yeah.
You have to differentiate the two.
Almost seems counterintuitive in a way, right? I mean, it seems like if you got the long gun, you'd have to get federally background.
One would think
pistol would be more like self-defense, but
Well, you'd be surprised, though. There's a lot of litigation out there right now when it comes to firearm safety and firearm purchasing, but there's not one state in this country you can walk into a store and buy a pistol off the shelf without doing a federal background check. Because if you are doing that, ATF's gonna be knocking on your door.
Yeah, here in
Not
Oregon,
even antiques.
took
You
me,
can't buy. Can you
like
still buy
40
antiques though?
That depends. Are they fireable or non-fireable?
Okay. So
There's some caveats to some of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they have the rapid. Like I went in to get mine, they had it was kind of a rapid test, and then, but I mean a rapid application, but it didn't happen, so I had to wait till the next day. And I actually ended up getting a revolver. The thing is, I always feel like they're safer because, that one in the chamber, it's like you're just never quite sure, when you're.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no one gun that's safer than the other. They're all the same.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in terms of like, you can see that the bullet, you can be absolutely certain it's clear with a revolver. You just flip out the thing and you see that they're all empty.
You can pull the slide back and make sure it's empty too.
Yeah.
Gray, I would say this to you with with a one that takes a magazine. Yeah, you may only have one in the chamber, but with a revolver, you got 6 in the chamber at all times. So think about it that way too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's also like, the one I have doesn't allow. It's not I think it's a double action, not a single action. Like I can't cock back. It's like I think a Smith & Wesson 620, 642, 642, I think.
Oh,
it's really kind of a light concealed carry gun, but when you fire that sucker, it's just boom. It feels like it's just absolutely blasting your hands back. It's not because it doesn't have any weight to it.
So you're carrying like a 357?
Yeah, so it was a 38 special.
Oh, 38 snub nose.
Yeah.
It's a snub nose with probably a 3-inch, 3.5 inch.
Mm-hmm. It's just so much really massive kick for such a little gun like that. I mean, I guess that's why there's no weight to counter the.
There's no barrel.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
also that too, right? Exactly. Yeah. So.
But
Anyways,
no, I mean, in this state, I mean, we were both military. We are both pro Second Amendment. So, no, that's not a threat to anybody. It's just that's just our views. We are pro Second Amendment. So I'll let you venture down whatever path you so choose to with that. But yeah,
Right.
My question though is why did it have to be that way? So why turn it into a Salem witch trial when it didn't? It was so unnecessary.
Exactly.
You know, that's the whole point here. Is it just went too far in harassment and threats and all that. So I don't agree to. And another thing, talking about Nancy Grace, I mean, I would not have stood up in that show allowing somebody to address me like she did, because that was a full-on investigate. Like she interrogated you guys. That
but
wasn't
you
an
gotta.
interview.
But what is? So look at Nancy's Grace show for what it is. You know what is her job? Her job is not to sit there and worry about the questions that she asks me. That's not what her job is.
Yeah.
Her job is to bring in the ratings and bring in the audience.
Yep.
So however they need to do that is what they do.
Nancy
Well,
Grace is the original tragedy pimp.
Well, I thought it was amazing that you went on there. That should have been a wake up call to a lot of the trolls. Like, holy crap! They went on Nancy Grace, who was basically a prosecutor the whole time, and they sat there and they answered all the questions. And then she says, "Hey, will you do a lie detector test if I do a lie detector test?" And then isn't it true that, like you actually said, asked the police, "Should I take this lie detector test from Nancy Grace?" And they go, "Absolutely not."
That
Right?
would be correct. Now,
Yeah.
also at the same time, I was also offered a polygraph from TBI to take, and I took the TBI polygraph. No disrespect to anybody else out there that's a prolificer. They don't know anything about the case. So, I mean, you can ask whatever questions you want to ask to get you a baseline or whatever, and then, you know, there's a lot of things that go into asking those questions. You just can't just randomly ask a question and expect it to be a yes or a no question.
There's also a reason here's how, this is what the reality was for you though. See, lie detector tests aren't even used in court because they're not really, there's some sort of a pseudoscience to them anyways.
They're not admissible, but the prolificer's professional opinion is admissible in court.
Yeah, well, the thing is here's how it would have worked for you. Once it's learned that you passed it, everybody's like, "Oh, those things aren't really." But if you had not passed it, those would be the most valid tests in the history of the world.
Yes,
right.
So that's how it would have worked, right?
Before that, they were like, "Oh my God, he's not taking it. He's not taking it." Then when he finally takes it and passes it, then they're like, "Oh well, I ain't right anyways." Yeah, stupid.
Because you didn't do the one Nancy Grace told you to do, of course.
And here's the thing.
I'm just joking, Chris. Don't.
In the end, doing that for Nancy Grace would do nothing but bring in more ratings for her, while making everybody else question question the validity of the polygraph results, in my opinion.
Well, what Chris did was the right thing, though.
But if you go back and look at the whole situation from broad perspective here. Seth goes on there first. She asked Seth if he had taken a polygraph, and he said no, but he volunteered for one. Okay. I did the same thing. Okay. Well, Seth takes a polygraph. And Seth should have never taken the first polygraph. Not one time should he have taken it.
Agreed.
Had they had done what they did,
Agreed.
which, by the way, the polygraph is the exact same no
Now-
matter who you are, where you take it, with whom. It is the exact
question,
same process.
Did he fall asleep during this polygraph like he claimed?
In the first one?
Yeah. For Nancy
Yes.
Grace, supposedly he fell asleep.
Now, listen to what I said. The first one, yes.
Oh, okay.
Because the test came back inconclusive, she needed an answer. And then based on the fact that he fell asleep, they gave him a second polygraph test.
Interesting.
She says that in her show, that
Yeah.
where him and Tony are in the show, she actually does state, the first one, because there were some issues, blah, blah. She didn't go into details, but she does state the second polygraph test that you took, did you or did you not pass? But she goes into her show and she does state that, I've got all these nasty messages about the polygraph. Yes, you do. Because when he got the results that day, she had the results as well. And when it came back inconclusive, that was not a good look for Seth, nor was it a good look for Nancy Grace's show. Plain and simple.
I bet if you had taken the test on Nancy Grace, I have no doubt that it would have came back inconclusive. Because there's no way she could give you a win. There's no chance you would have got a win there. Oh, wow, he was clear, everybody. And then she'd have, because here's the thing, in this case, the most of the population and the fanatical fandom of it want you guys to be guilty, right? So she's going to be, that's the direction she keeps trying to head towards and suggest and everything like that. So there's no chance that if you had taken it with her, it would have came back that you passed. It would have been inconclusive so that the angle's still open to her. You see? That's just the reality. I'm just telling you. That's how these people are. There's no chance. They wanted Seth, though. Oh, we got to take it again. Okay, yeah. Oh, yay, he passed. Because the first one he didn't because he fell asleep, right? And so then they made sure he took it again and he passed. But I think you would have found that yours would have been inconclusive regardless if you passed with flying colors. That's what they would have came back with. That's my opinion. All right.
Can somebody explain to me how somebody falls asleep during a polygraph?
Do what now?
Multiple identification.
I know it's probably a rhetorical question, but can anybody explain how somebody falls asleep during a polygraph?
Simple.
I think of the word polygraph and I instantly get sweaty and my tongue gets thick and my heart starts to race. So has the opposite effect of wanting to go to sleep.
Well, most of the time people just close their eyes.
Have you taken a polygraph?
No, honey, I have so much anxiety that there's no way I would automatically fail it just walking in the room.
Actually, no, you wouldn't. Because so a polygraph test is not something you walk in, you sit down, you do, and you're out the door in 10 minutes. That's not even remotely close. It is a 3 to 4 hour process to take a polygraph test.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, that in and of itself, that's not going to work for me.
It would, because the way they do it. So you're freaking out, you're nervous. Oh my God, palms, your knees are weak, your palms are sweaty. Here we go with Eminem. Anyways,
mom's spaghetti, yeah.
Yeah, but you go in and you sit down and you'll meet the polygrapher, the prolificer. You sit down in a room, okay? There's no windows in the room, okay? You sit down, you have a conversation with the guy, and it lasts for a while. He's basically, they're getting you to calm down and relax. You're getting to know him, he's getting to know you, vice versa, trying to see what kind of person you are. So you calm down. And once that portion's done, then, you kind of take a break, go get your drink water, go to the bathroom, whatever. Then you go back in and you kind of relax. And, at this point, you're not nervous. You're not. He's already explained everything to you. You've talked, you're relaxed. Then they're going to go into the paperwork aspect of it. and there's a questionnaire and all kinds of stuff, and that you sign and whatnot. Well, after that's done, then he'll go through the process of explaining to you the objects that are on the table. Keep in mind, the polygraph is a process. The lie detector is you, not the machine. Those are just instruments. You are the actual lie detector. So, you sit down in a chair and you get comfortable and you're talking, and he goes through the process and he hooks you up to all these gadgets. Then you sit down and keep in mind, before you even sit down to do this, you already know what the questions are going to be asked. You go over them. He reads you exactly how they're going to be worded
Well,
to
yeah,
you.
because you would have to have a baseline to know whether you're lying or not.
Well, the baseline is simple. They do that with a little process. So imagine a piece of paper in front of you, and let's write the numbers 1 through 6 on it. Okay. Well, there's a blank spot on number 3, but I've already provided you with 1, 2, 4, and 5 on a piece of paper. I give you the piece of paper and a pen, and you write the number 3 down. And then when I tell you, when we get to that number, I'm going to ask you, did you write number 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5?
right.
I'm going to ask you this.
Right.
There's where your baseline's coming in. Okay? So when you get to 3, did you write the number 3? You answer no. So you're lying. That's how they establish your baseline.
That makes sense.
But they tell
go
you to
through-
answer no? They tell you to say no to this?
Yes. Yes.
But are
they
you
actually.
nervous? But are you nervous when you say no, though? Like when you.
Oh, I told the guy, I said, man, I hate lying. I told him before, I said, man, I hate lying. But he was like, I want you to write the word lie out beside it. And I said, okay. So I go through the process and I do it. But all the questions, you get them read to you. And if there's a question you do not like, you don't like the way it's worded, cool. You sit down and you can change it. It is an open book cheat test. I kid you not. It's that easy.
Oh, Jesus God, you just shouldn't have said that.
But it is.
I'm of two minds. Like I'm over
No,
here.
what you meant to say was, man, this is the most freaky thing in the world. And it's hard to man.
Brain surgery is easier than this. I mean,
Well, it's
But-
easy to pass if you're telling the truth.
exactly. It truly is. But you get all those questions to you, and then you sit down. After he's hooked you up to everything, you're sitting there, and he starts the test.
But here's the thing: if they make you lie on something that's so mundane to get the base, I guess it's kind of like, I mean, is that really? So that's an easy lie to tell. So it's not making you nervous. But when they start asking you questions related to like, hey, were you involved somehow? Do you get more nervous on those types, or like?
No, your body naturally will tell on you because all the gadgets they have you hooked up to. The seat that you're sitting in, it will detect if you shift your weight. It detects blood pressure, breathing,
heart rate, stuff like that.
Heart rate, the blood flow through your capillaries, through the tips of your fingers, sweat glands. I mean, it puts all of this into play, but you're not really nervous. You're not. And when you sit down and you're in this room and you're looking at a wall, a white wall, that's all you're looking at. You don't move. You just sit there.
Do you know
And
how
it's
hard
not
it
a-
is for me to sit still?
Well,
That-
see,
it
but
just-
now you're asking how he could fall asleep, and it's simple. Because you're sitting there staring at a white wall, you can't close your eyes. Because they need to know that you're not having some form of deception whatsoever. By closing your eyes, you can actually be trying to decept the machine or decept the test.
okay.
So you don't close your eyes. You stand. They tell you to look at the wall, keep your eyes open, breathe normal. Your answers to your questions are either just be yes or no. That is it. That's it. And then you have to go through it 3 times for it to be a true polygraph. No more than 5, but no less than 3. And then after it's over with, He'll say, okay, I'm going to have you step out. I'm going to score your sheet, and then I'll call you back in. So, step out 15, 20 minutes, whatever. They call you back in, sit you back down and said, okay, you did a great job. I appreciate you working and doing everything we asked you to do. The results of your polygraph are boom, and they tell you right there on the spot. On the spot, you get them.
It's kind of interesting is like this one, I don't know if it was some kind of a Indian tribe. They had their own polygraph thing. So they would, if somebody stole something in the community, they would say, all right, line up, and they put a knife in a fire and get it really red, like really hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they would go to each male, assuming it was a male, and they would put the knife on each tongue, and it would burn the tongue of the person guilty, because they're, how they get cotton mouth, and your mouth gets dry when you're the person, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're nervous. So they would have their mouth dry, and the knife would burn the one who actually did it, and the rest of them knew that it wouldn't burn them because they didn't do it, so they didn't get cotton mouth, and it would just go just make a quick little because there was liquid on their tongue. And so I kind of wonder if that's sort of the same thing. Like if you are somebody that's guilty and you're taking that lie detector test, it'd be hard to kind of just act totally mellow, And
Sure.
then I think it shows up on the machine at that point.
I mean, I don't see it. Well, people are going to try to do what people want to do. Keep in mind, that's their business. That's, here nor there. If you're an honest person and you go in and you take your test, you should have no problems, regardless. No problems whatsoever. I will say this much. I think where Seth screwed up is he knew he had a polygraph to take. Now, whether or not he got any good sleep that night, I don't know. But, I'm not there to speak on his behalf. His first one was inconclusive because he fell asleep. So, is what it is.
Well, and he talked about before that about him being on gabapentin and all that. And I know, like gabapentin on me, I fall asleep with that. I've had it before, and that would put me right to sleep. They always told me that it doesn't make you sleepy, but it made me sleepy.
Yeah.
Medication is different for every single soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's interesting though, see how like Chris doesn't throw Seth under the bus right there. Easily could just say something like,
right.
Oh yeah, Jesus, why the hell is he falling asleep? Holy crap, man! One of the most important things he's done all year, and there he is falling asleep. Instead, I mean, that's the thing. What I've noticed the whole time is that they were always nice to Seth until, and even after Seth came out with all the crap that he came out with, they treated him, like, man, he shouldn't have said those things, but they still were respectful towards him. In my opinion, anyways. I haven't watched every single drama show that's been out there. I got to be honest with you, but that's what I've seen and noticed. And people should kind of think about that. Like, why is that?
That's what I said about that web sleuth thing, was when Seth came right out of the gate trying to accuse Chris's parents, which should have ticked Chris off right away immediately, and he should have thrown Seth under the bus for everything. He didn't, and he said, hey, we need to talk about this stuff offline. And you were so kind to him and telling him, when he was breaking down, which he should because he's the father of Sebastian, and you were like, let's just talk about this offline, and you were just so compassionate to him, even though he came out so hard and tried to throw you under the bus and your parents under the bus. And every time that you talk about Seth, you are like that. And I think that is very gentlemanly of you, and it truly shows what kind of man you are to people like me who have some common sense and look at everything with an open mind.
There's one big thing, no matter what, that Seth knows, I know, and Katie know. We know the truth. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's no point and purpose of sitting here throwing shade at one another. For what? What's it going to do? What's it solving? Nothing. it
Right.
leads us not one step closer to finding Sebastian. Because with as much stuff has been thrown, this case would have been over weeks ago if that was the case.
Right.
Yeah, you'd think some shit would stick eventually.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, I thought the whole part when he threw out this stuff about like you guys allowed Sebastian to be like attacked by some other person. Yeah, that was the thing that was like it was absolutely crazy. And then right after that, he said, "I just didn't think it was my place to take a child from a mother." But it's like even in a situation like that, when you're the mother's allowing. So a lot of stuff doesn't really
Alleged,
make
by the
sense.
way,
Right?
alleged.
Yeah, totally alleged, right?
Right.
So he says those things, but he thought. So even though he believed or alleged that his son was allowed to be attacked by some other kid at the home, he didn't think it was his place to take a child from a mother. But isn't that the one time where it would be okay?
Actually, there's many times
Right.
to take a child from a parent, regardless
Sure,
of
but that's a huge
how the situation
time,
falls.
right?
That right there,
Yeah.
what we all know, which I don't really care to go back down that road, but what we all know from what he has said, no, that was not a good thing, and that would have been every reason for a parent to lose their child if the allegations were proven to be found by CPS or a judge or a lawyer. In this case, it was not. Unfortunately, he's a grieving father. He's upset. He truly is. And there are different ways to handle those things, and I think he is struggling to actually get all of this drawn into one spot and be able to emotionally handle it. I would say this to him, I really wished he would go and talk to somebody.
Like a counselor or something like that.
Yeah.
Counselor, a priest, a pastor, somebody that'll keep confidentiality and let him talk and know that it's a safe space to help him start to process through those emotions.
Anybody but YouTubers and the merry band of idiots he's got around him right now.
Yeah, that's what I always thought. That was really dumb for him to keep going on all these places to just keep like their income stream comes in from ginning up as much controversy and just sort of wild conversations as possible. And so that's all they were just using him for that,
The worst part is, and I would tell this to every single creator out there, I would watch everybody's show if it was not the way they make it. If they were to go back and show some true compassion, some unbiased content, not a blame game, not a, well, this and that and that and this, like, no. At some point, this is your show. You need to control the things that are being said. Because if you don't, you're no better than they are. You truly aren't. It's I don't know. My statement I still stay true to. If people would go back and look at why did they start their shows? Why? Was it compassion because you wanted to help, because you actually wanted to do some good? If people went back to the basics, I think all of their shows could be equally as impressive as just as anybody else's.
Yeah, it just doesn't really. I mean, I get what you're saying. I try to be like that. Like I do thousands of different cases, since I've been doing this, not just one over and over again. But what happens when there's a case like this that's big? It's become sort of like a stream that's filled with gold, and somebody puts down their sleuth box there, and man, look at this! I'm getting all these people coming by because I'm doing this, and they just keep doing it now. Because in your case, guess what? There has been no new information for months now.
Correct.
He vanished. Wherever he went. We don't know, but there's been no new information. So these people kept sleuthing from the stream of gold by creating, content by pretending that there was this huge issue. All it was like wrestling, you against Seth, the Proudfoots against Seth, back and forth, creating all this drama, and that's the content, not anything to do with where the hell Sebastian is, right? I mean, it's really frustrating. So the thing is, I don't cover the case very often now because there really isn't. I mean, that stuff that we did when we talked on the phone, that cool overlay shit, that stuff's important because it debunked the crazy lunatics talking about that was a satellite image and things are moving around. It's just, that's all I can do is factual stuff. And, I speculate on facts and that's about it. But this case has almost nothing to work with to continue, for me anyways, on my channel to do content other than saying, hey, still missing, You get what I'm saying, though? There really isn't any.
I mean, and I completely understand. I understand why content creators do what they do. I see it a lot differently just because I don't know. I don't strive to find the evil or the negative in people. I don't care to. It's not my goal in life. If I had a creator show, I wouldn't mind teaming up with other people. But my only problem is once you start down that negative road, I have no desire to want to be a part of that. Like, that's just not me. I want families to be comfortable to come and want to talk and have a very safe, open platform. And there are very few platforms that offer that. And don't get me wrong, I know there's a lot more out there that we have not even scratched the surface on. But at the same time, there's so much negative that it draws people away from it. It truly does.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm one of those people.
Yep.
And I've tried to get you to come on my show because I'm.
I mean, So people haven't figured this out. When I come on a show, it's nothing is ever planned. I'm gonna tell you right now. If I come on your show, if I call you up, it's never planned. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna be on your show tonight.
You just popped up and just popped in.
I don't, and that's kind of like, I guess, a bad thing for me because one, I don't know when people's shows are going on. I don't, because I'm sorry, it's nothing against anybody, but I don't sit down and follow every single show out there. There are some other shows out there that, somebody's kind of pointed to or enlightened me to in certain directions, which I need to go hear them because I'm interested. But points of view, I think, are a little bit important because I'd like to know where everybody stands, how they think about things. Even on some of these negative things that they've said, it kind of gives you a different perspective to consider. Because, like I said, everybody has an opinion, and I have to respect those. And there might.
I think you got disconnected.
Well, say what the hell just happened?
Nope, we lost them.
Yeah.
That last statement you made about you have to respect opinions. I don't agree. I think you have to respect somebody's right to have an opinion, but you don't have to respect.
That sounds better.
You don't have to respect the opinion itself, right? I mean, some people have crazy opinions that you can't really respect. That's the thing.
Back?
My opinion. Anyways. Looks like I see his name, not his image.
Did you make it back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Uh-huh. That was just commenting on your comment. I think people, you're not required to respect somebody's opinion. You're required to, I believe, respect their right to have one, and they can state their opinion, but you're not required to respect an opinion that is absolutely, that means you'd have to respect like racists or like pedophiles, and they're saying all these things. Oh yeah, I respect your opinion. I mean, I can't do it. Yeah.
I didn't say no. So here's the thing: respecting an opinion and respecting a person is two totally different things.
Mhm.
Two totally different things. Just because you say something doesn't mean I have to respect you.
Right.
That's
But
you
what
as a
about giving
person.
the opinion? Well, like, let's say I have an opinion that's so ludicrous. I wouldn't I wouldn't think that you would have to respect that opinion.
Why not?
No, because what if let's say there was some like a crazy, I don't know, like a racist talking about, I mean, I'm not going to say, but let's just say they started going off on all this racist stuff and that's their opinion. I'm not going to respect it, and I wouldn't respect them as well at the same time, because.
But here's the thing: do you drop to their level and start an argument, or get wrapped up into something that you know that you don't need to be wrapped up in, but you can simply just say this to people: is, you know what, you might be right, and end the conversation.
Or
give
some
them
people say agree to disagree, that kind of thing.
exactly, but you give them their opinion are stated. Not one time did you say I agree with your opinion. I respect your opinion. Doesn't mean I agree with you. Doesn't mean I respect you. Doesn't mean that. It just means simply that. It is a polite way of keeping the conversation very in between, respectable at the same time. I have to find, like I said, I'm going to try to find the good in people regardless. If somebody has a situation like, okay, there are some questionable individuals attached to certain folks right now. It's not my job to go out here and start blasting them. It's not. All I can say is I will not be attached to questionable people. That is my statement. That's for me. That's not for anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, like, if somebody tells me 1 + 1 is 3, I won't say I agree to disagree. I have to stay there until the last bit of mankind to make sure that I mean, because like when something is true, like there's a truth, right? And somebody is out there and they're saying something that isn't true, and it factually.
What, like the world is round and not flat?
Right. Those people that think the Earth is flat, right? I'm not going to go, hey, I respect your opinion, because there's nothing respectable about it. And the thing is, I can't stop.
Wait. You're
Uh-oh,
saying
the flat earther.
hold on. Hold
Oh,
on.
here we go. Oh,
Hold on, wait a second.
oh,
We're not
crap.
just gonna fly on past that like you didn't say that. All right, we're gonna talk about it another time. But
Oh, you're
I
not an
don't
actual
know.
flat earther, are you? Oh, Jesus.
I don't know.
Shit. Here it goes.
Oh, God. Oh,
You know, in the Bible it says the four corners of the earth, but I'm gonna leave it at that.
Jesus. There we go.
I tell you what I'm gonna respect is the fact that it's like 3 in the morning. I'm going to bed.
Oh shit! I know that's what Truth just said too. He's heading to bed.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Queen, for letting me come up on the panel. Chris,
Thank you.
send Katie our thoughts for you and her, and also for Seth, obviously. And I do appreciate it. Thank you.
No, anytime, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm gonna hop off as well. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, ladies, for letting me jump on here and talk and ask my questions.
No problem, love. I hope you have a good night. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Enjoyed chatting
Good
with
night.
you.
You
Likewise.
too.
Yes, we did.
Bye.
Thank you, Queen, for
Thank you, baby, for coming up.
Yeah. Cousin, I'll call you tomorrow.
You know it, girl. I'll be waiting.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Queen. I'm gonna get off here. I got 2 pups and a wife to put in the bed.
All right. I appreciate you hanging out. I think we are too. We've been on here almost 5 hours. So
Well, good talking to you. I got to go
I
too.
appreciate you too. Thank you, Gray.
So thank y'all for everybody
Thank
on
you,
the show
Chris.
and the audience. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It was nice chatting with you again.
Likewise, ma'am.
I think
Take care.
successfully set the streets on fire again. I
Yeah.
enjoyed this.
There's
I'm
Chris.
sure.
Sorry.
What do you
Get
want to
some
bet?
rest.
There's
I appreciate you, ladies. Thank you so much, girls. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys, everybody, for being here. I appreciate y'all. Hope you
Thanks
guys
for
have a
having
good
me.
night. It's 2:37 in the morning here, so I'm heading to bed. I appreciate y'all.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night, baby. Good night, guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you guys for being respectful in the chat. I appreciate this. I will catch y'all on the flip side. You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a good night, y'all.